the politicians have taken over all flights to Lagos and actually to Uyo. Um, and so it was impossible to get a flight into Lagos yesterday. I managed to get one for 9:45 p.m. It turned out I was waitlisted, and so I couldn't leave yesterday night. Then we landed this morning, and we landed on time at 9:35 a.m. from. And then it took 1 hour, 12 minutes for luggage to be discharged from the hold. That's why I'm late. I owe you an explanation and honestly an apology. There's no excuse, but that's the kind of country we run. I really, really do apologize. This is a meeting of lawyers should not be tardy. We've got to set an example. But it's not just a meeting of lawyers, it's a meeting of lawyers in memory of our greatest president, Alao Aka-Bashorun. It's also that when the chair of this law week called me up, I knew I had to be around. There were two reasons. The chair is Tunde Adejuigbe, senior advocate, and I don't flatter you today. Tunde and I were in the same law school set. We sat beside one another in the law school, and Tunde represents the best of our set and when I remember our first contact with my brother, the other Tunde Fagbonu. We were in law school with Tunde Fagbonu, Tunde Adejuigbe, Raji Ahmed, and Lanre Fagbonu. We all sat around one another in law school. So it's a fraternity that goes way back. But it's also that Tunde, as I said, represents the best of our profession. And when he asked me to do this, I had absolutely no equivocation. Not just because he does not associate himself with low standards, but also because Alao Aka-Bashorun, whose memory this takes place, represented also exceptional standards. Aka and I first met Aka in person in August 1989. Actually, his office was about 200 meters from where I lived in Butameta then. But we met in person in August 1989 on the opening day of the 1989 Bar Conference. He had moderated the debate between Professor Sage and Attorney General Bola Ajibola, God bless his soul. And we were leaving the law school auditorium. He was walking on Alao Aka-Bashorun back to the then MBA Secretariat next door. And I walked up to him and told him I wanted to work with him. He offered me a job on Alao Aka-Bashorun. That in many ways defines my memory of the man. And so we maintained a relationship up to the point of his death. For me, the fact that the Ikeja Bar chooses to honor him and his memory and his work in this lecture represents something significant for which we should be grateful to the Ikeja Bar. We're in a country that provides perverse incentives to all manner of nonsense. People who have not earned the right somehow get to jump the queue in our country. And we do not celebrate people and the work of people who actually deserve to be celebrated. And one such person remains Alao Aka-Bashorun. And so that's why, and the Tiger Bar, to be perfectly honest, has in its own way set a standard of honoring the right kind of people. And I think that sets the and long may this continue. I wanted to tell the story of the funeral, actually, of Commissioner Shofu. Kami, of course, being one of the famous icons of our bar here. As you well know, Kami had one thing about him. Kami was always fashionably late to everything. And when Kami died, about 26 25 years ago, thereabouts. Um, his body arrived late to the funeral. And Adigo Gunsheitan, God bless his soul as well, was the chair of the bar that received Kami's body ultimately into the valedictory session. You may know that Kami, of course, was a life bencher and one of the brightest, sharpest minds in the legal profession you ever met. And I remember Kami, Chief Ogunsheitan saying that he could confirm that the body that arrived was, in fact, the body of Kami Sholo Shobu, because Kami had managed to arrive late for his funeral. We will not hopefully arrive late for our funeral, and we will not ever again arrive late for the Alao Aka-Bashorun memorial lecture. I want to be fairly brief in my remarks. I did fairly extensive written remarks for this lecture. I didn't want to show up without one, and I have them actually, so I'll email them to you today. But then, after the events of a senator confessing to pillow talk propinquity matters in the National Assembly this week, I decided to totally revise everything I had written, or revise about 90% of what I had written. And to make it, because I think we need to go back to first principles and not just have consequential conversations. And what do I mean? So I want to set out a few things. First of all, we need a conceptual framework for discussing this go-to-court issue and the issues that ail our judicial system, given that at least the framing that we're dealing with recognizes that we all share an understanding that there's a problem that ails our judicial system. The second is there's a normative framework and its implications, and that normative framework lies in our constitution, lies in international treaty law, and also lies in our jurisprudence, and we've got to clarify what that means and its implications. Thirdly, I want to take a few moments to just point to address the conceptual dimensions to go to court and its implications. And there are three implications I want to point out to go to court. One is hubris, another is mirth, and the other is scale. And then I want to round off with a few suggestions as to things that we can do, recognizing that none of us has a monopoly of ideas as to what to do about this. And let me say that I am just extraordinarily honored to be part of this with my brothers, my Egbon, Chief Olumide Fusika, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And of course, my brother, comrade, and brother-in-law, G.T. Oguye, with whom we've spent quite some time in different interesting places. But I should also say this, by way of suggestion, really to all of us, that I'd like to hope that if we're having this kind of thing subsequently, we should also make the effort to make sure that female colleagues at the profession are represented. We have seen with the events this week of Judicial Ozaru that actually we do need, you cannot discuss judicial integrity in this context anymore without having women at the table. Because there are things that happen now in places that women necessarily are part of. So this is by way of suggestion, and I'm hoping that it's taken in the spirit in which it is made. But let me return to the conceptual issues, which really is, we start with statehood. The state is a public trust. That's why we talk about citizens, because we're all citizens. That's what joins us in this space. We're all citizens of a common state. The state is a public trust that exists to protect our public commons and defend our basic entitlements. And in return, we yield up basic obedience to it for the exercise of authority. We then set up government to guarantee those things that the state is supposed to provide to us. Now, the state also enjoys three basic monopolies. A monopoly of legitimate fiscal prerogative, that's taxation. A monopoly of legitimate dispute adjudication, that's the judicial function. And a monopoly of legitimate violence, that is the armed forces and security services. That's statehood. And all of that presumes that it is serving a public purpose. Now, when the state is hollowed out for the purpose of merely capturing its instrumentalities, such that the people who capture those instrumentalities use it to perpetuate themselves in power and nothing else, it is no longer the state. It is now a perversion. It is state capture. This distinction between the state and state capture is important because when the public purpose goes out of the state, the likelihood, what you have is that those three monopolies begin to lose legitimacy. The monopoly of fiscal prerogative, the monopoly of legitimate adjudication, and the monopoly of legitimate violence. And you begin to see that in Nigeria. The assertion of the Nigerian state to the presumptive monopoly of legitimate violence is now contested everywhere, in every geopolitical zone, bar none. That is why the armed forces are deployed in internal security operations in every state, bar none. And there are about 13 different expeditionary operations by the armed forces under different nomenclatures across the country. Now, that is because the dispute resolution function has been captured. And I will get to the response of the NJC to the Bulkachuwa disclosures last week, shortly. But what you will note, yesterday the NJC wimped out on saying anything on those issues. And but that's not even the point. The son-in-law of the president of the Court of Appeal, who himself was appointed, I don't want to apologize for being factually accurate. And if you tell me that I'm factually inaccurate, I will apologize. But this is what happened yesterday, part of what happened yesterday. The son-in-law of the president of the Court of Appeal, who was appointed to the bench of the National Industrial Court in 2018, was elevated to the Court of Appeal yesterday. Right? His wife, who is the daughter of the president of the Court of Appeal, was appointed a judge in Plateau State in 2021. In Ebonyi State, as we speak, yesterday, the chief judge of Ebonyi State announced new appointments to the magistracy, 14 of them. Of that number, one sleeps in his bedroom, his wife. The other sleeps in the bedroom of his immediate younger brother, his sister-in-law. I'm just giving you immediate instances because what I now do is spend time collecting these judicial acts of travesty. Now, so the judiciary has been captured. And we will go to court and say, my lord and my lady. And when you're done, the matter that you've come to plead gets decided in pillow talk between a man and his wife or his mistress, or between a woman and her sugar boy. And that really is, so the question is this the legal profession that we contracted to be part of? And is this the state, the kind of state that we want to be part of? The suggestion, therefore, is that this state that's been captured is not the kind of state that can guarantee the right to fair trial. Because the right to fair trial is a very deliberative right. It assumes, it makes several assumptions. 1, a capable judiciary. 2, a judiciary with integrity. 3, a judiciary with independence. And 4, a judiciary that can defend itself and its integrity. In Nigeria, however, it used to be that we had such a judiciary and we had such a legal profession. And the man in whose memory this is set up represented the best of that. Aka was not just a lawyer or the greatest president we had at the Nigerian bar. Aka was also the first leader of the Campaign for Democracy. And he was a plain-spoken person, connecting the legal profession, with the judicial process, and the governance and political systems in ways that no other president of the NBA before him, maybe apart from Shaquara Williams in some of the work he did at the beginning of the 20th century, had done. And with authority and with credibility. Now, that is the problem. Because if you go back, since 2011, only two chief justices out of 6, precluding the current incumbent, have left without a cloud. Justice Aloma Mukhtar, and relatively, Justice Aloma Mukhtar and Justice Mahmoud Mohammed. Chief Justice Aloysius Katsina Alo left under a cloud. His successor, I could tell the story extensively here, but I'm not going to go into it. His successor, Chief Justice Dahiru Mustafa, left under a massive cloud. Chief Justice Walter Onoren lost his job. Chief Justice that succeeded him lost his job. And the judiciary could not defend itself in the circumstances in which any of these things transpired. That tells you what? The integrity of the judiciary is in question, and the judiciary has lost the authority to defend its integrity. And of course, if the judiciary has lost the authority to defend its integrity, the legal profession has also done the same. And part of this is the sacrifice of that integrity by both judges and by lawyers. The ICPC did an extensive report 3 years ago on corruption, the incestuous network of corruption between lawyers and the judiciary. And I don't want to reprise that. I put a price tag on it in terms of average price tag per transaction and the cumulative price tag of what they had discovered over a 2-year period of sampling. And it was somewhere just under 10 billion naira at the point. Now, if judicial corruption has become this lucrative, how did we get here? And judicial capture has become the name of the game. We got here actually from the beginning of the presidential system effectively, because what we did was to turn over the decision as to who should rule the country, expropriate it from citizens, and turn it over to judges. Under the Constitution and under the law, the right to decide who governs us in Nigeria belongs to citizens. But judges decided that that right is a very lucrative thing, and that they were going to be the people who exercised it. And even when there were reforms to make sure that we could balance out the burden so that the judges would not be overwhelmed, the Supreme Court decided in a case from Ebonyi State that making the Court of Appeal the apex court for certain kinds of electoral disputes was not good enough, because essentially they were being deprived of a revenue stream. I mean, it wasn't more than that, because the law was very clear, but the Supreme Court overruled the law so that the stream of cases could work its way up to the Supreme Court and the goodies could go round. Now, by expropriating citizens of the right and entitlement to decide who governs us, what the judges have done is to create joint enterprise with the politicians. They've created joint enterprise with the politicians and destroyed the basis of legitimate statehood. In effect, judges and politicians have captured the Nigerian state. And you now see it in judicial appointments. So that 2.5 years ago, I had to get involved in trying to stop a set of appointments in the Abuja, the FCT judiciary. 15 judicial positions had been advertised for the High Court of the FCT. In the end, the NJC nominated 34 people. 15. And you know that before you appoint judges, the NJC goes through a process of provisioning, clearing provisioning for the judges. You've got to have the court halls, the salary, the vehicles, the basic provisions for their operations. They cleared 15. The circular was clear. They nominated 34. Of that 34, all but 11 were sons, daughters, mistresses of particular individuals. In one particular case, the original list was 33. I wrote the letter. I signed it in my name. I was not anonymous, so I can tell the story of what transpired. There were 33 nominees. Then a senior judicial figure who was about to leave the bench put his mistress in there, making them 34. She had not been interviewed. She had not gone through the process. And I wrote to President Buhari, to his credit. He listened and suspended the appointment of all of the people that we objected to. So he cleared the appointment of 11. And then something extraordinary happened. A senior justice of the Supreme Court was retiring and managed to get the NJC to bring back the list of those people who had been suspended. And the people who opposed that list were persuaded not to attend the meeting of the NJC. And this particular senior justice had their child in there, got the list approved, rushed to the president, all of them were appointed. They are now sitting on the bench, including the daughter of Justice Bulkachua and Senator Adamu Bulkachua. So judicial appointments have been totally captured. Politicians and judges make up and take up the appointments. And members of the NJC, if you give me the list of appointments, I will tell you who put the name in there. All I need is make it not more than 3 calls. I will tell you whose candidate is on the list. From where? When you get to that point, to a point where good people, irrespective of where they come from, but suitable candidates can no longer make it to the bench, you know you're in trouble. And that is where we are. But it is not just because suitable candidates can no longer make it to the bench, and politicians now have decided that in order to have a successful political career, you need to carry a judge in your back pocket and in your bedroom. It is that to be able to proceed to anything in the country, judges and politicians decide what happens. So politicians no longer need our votes to become governors and presidents and legislators. They now need to settle judges only. It did not start today. If you want to know the origins, please go and read the Babalaki report. In the Commission of Inquiry into FEDECO, which reported in 1986. And if you don't have it, I can PDF my version. It's a little big. I'll make it available to the brand. But every lawyer interested in a country that works and judicial system that works needs to read the Babalaki report, because that is where the story of judicial corruption in politics was actually fully recorded. And I cite some of it in my written remarks. But it has been on since then, and in my written remarks, when you see it, you can check the footnotes as to some of the stories that have transpired from the Aramio constituency in 1979 elections down to Justice Ebuebu at the beginning of this millennium. But because this has a long history, we need to be able to reflect the memory. And having reflected that memory, then where are we right now? So this is how I start ending, because the story we have is a story of 2 things, or 3 things, as I said. One is hubris. The people who have captured the political system and captured the judiciary dare you to go to court because they'll tell you, we own the judges. They're in our bedrooms. They're in our houses. We own them. You are not going to get anything. That is the story of hubris. There's also the story of mirth. They laugh at you, knowing that the courts are useless. And why are the courts useless? I don't believe that there is anyone here who does not know the case of Mojeku and Mojeku. And it is taught in family law, gender, human rights of women, constitutional law, and celebrated. Go to court happened to Caroline Mojeku. Caroline Mojeku was a widow. Her husband died in 1962. She started litigating in 1966, before the Nigerian Civil War. The Nigerian Civil War ended in 1970. She was still in court. 1976, 10 years later, she was still in court. 1986, Caroline Mojeku was a widow. 25 years going, she was still in court. 1990 happened, Berlin Wall fell, Caroline Mojeku was in court. 1996, 30 years later, Caroline Mojeku was still in court. She had finished Beijing. 30 years later, Mojeku took 31 years to come to decision. And law teachers teach it without looking at the metrics of decision making. 31 years for a widow. Go to court happened to her. Because let's think about ourselves as the man who died. And think of Caroline Mojeku as our wife. Raise your hand if you would want your wife to litigate for 31 years after you are dead in order to get to your estate for your children. Raise your hand, please. Nobody can contemplate that. Because most widows don't live to 31 years. That is a story of mirth because we as lawyers argue for access to court. Very few of us argue for exit from court. And access to court is not nearly as important as timely exit from court. And these days, how many years does it take to go to court, to get through high court litigation? If you finish in 10 years, you're lucky. But whatever happens, if you get to the Supreme Court, you're guaranteed to take somewhere between 20 and 25 years. Today. The Supreme Court, as we speak, for those of you who argue before it, is assigning 2009, 2010 cases for hearing. And if you miss your hearing date, you have to wait between 3 and 5 years subsequently. That is if you bribe. If you don't bribe, you join the queue, woe betide you. Now, what happens? Governments are actually appealing to the Supreme Court in order to deny judgment debtors of access to their judgment debt. And I'm not going to go into other things that happen at the Supreme Court, but this one is clear on the face of the record. There's ample evidence to say this is what is happening. Now, in ending, what do we see? As lawyers and as judges, when these things come up, we get defensive. We get defensive because all of these dysfunctions mean filing fees for us. They mean transport fare for us. They mean revenue streams for us. And yet the country is going down and every one of us is suffering. Senior advocates of Nigeria are now looking at their options and some are considering Japa. And that should force us to think afresh. Because if the best of our profession no longer find that the profession itself offers them something, there is a problem. There's a big problem. An enormous problem that has got to force us to think. And this is really the place to comment on what happened at the NJC yesterday on the Bulkachuwa issue. Now, some of you would have seen the statement by the NBA president. I presume most people here have seen it. And a lot of people were clapping and hailing it. That statement is a disgrace. And I will tell you why. The NBA president says that what Senator Bulkachuwa did was despicable, amongst other things. But he also reported that the NJC unequivocally, strongly condemned what he did and as an impairment of judicial independence and integrity. Now you ask yourself, what exactly did the NJC set out to condemn, if in fact it condemned anything? Number one, the president of the NBA is not the spokesperson of the NJC. He's not the chairman of the NJC. He lacks the standing to tell us what the NJC decided. If the NJC condemned what the Senator Bulkachuwa said, what should happen? It is either the spokesperson for the NJC, Mr. Shojioye, or the spokesperson for the Chief Justice who presided and was present yesterday, because there were appointments. That is Dr. Festus. Number two, the NJC claimed, the NBA president claims that the NJC condemned what Senator Bulkachuwa did. But what did Senator Bulkachuwa do? he used parliamentary privilege to trump matrimonial privilege. But it was privilege, whichever way it was, right? And even if, no matter what position you take, finding out the facts means what? Inviting Senator Bulkachua, inviting Justice Bulkachua, listening to them, listening to other people, reviewing the material, and making a finding on the evidence. The NJC will not do that because they know if they did it, all of them will go down, or most of them will. So because the NJC is afraid of they told the NBA president to go and issue a cover-up. That is disgusting. That is the despicable thing. That the president of the bar, successor to, used to cover up this kind of thing. All of us should be ashamed. All of us should be ashamed. The NBA cannot lend it. And so what do we have? The NBA president telling us with a flourish, oh, you know what? I am writing to the Inspector General of Police. The statutory body with mandate to investigate this thing is the NJC. No, not statutory body. The constitutional body. And it has abdicated. And our president is giving them cover. And we are clapping. But if the NJC cannot investigate this, how can we talk of judicial integrity and judicial independence? How can we tell people to go to court? And so, I could go on about this, but let me suggest a few things. Because if I go to sit down now, I'll be told you just made noise, and what is your suggestion? Not that I actually am heavy on making suggestions to anybody, because we all know what our problems are. Let us not fool ourselves. And when you go to the radiologist does not give you a prescription. They give you your slides and report and tell you to go to a physician. We don't, but let me suggest this. Number one, we've got to unbundle the office of the Chief Justice. You know the interesting thing? NJC and CJN are the same three letters, rearranged. But actually, the CJN is the NJC. He appoints whoever it is that is there, and they take the decisions that the CJN wants. As a senior member of the NJC says, whatever the CJN says in the NJC cannot be questioned. This is the practice and the doctrine of the NJC. And the NJC is a lot of bodies in one. And the CJN's office is too many jobs in one. Presiding Officer, Supreme Court, Chief Justice of Nigeria, Chairman FJSC, Chairman NJC, Chairman Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee, Member National Council. I could go on. No one person should have all these accretion of power. The CJN was supposed to be a primus inter pares. There is no inter pares anymore. The CJN owns the Supreme Court. So if you read Faces, Cases, and Places, the autobiography of Chief Justice Fatai Williams, or read the autobiography of Udodoma, and compare with what transpires in our courts today, there is no comparison. The Chief Justice, and why is that so? Justices are ill. They need money to travel. You have to go and beg the chief. Justices need accommodation. You need internet connection. You have to go and beg the chief. If you need someone, your friend, to become senior advocate, you beg the chief. And so the chief is now doling out patronage. He's no longer interested in administration of justice. We need to unbundle that office and make it a lot more accountable. Secondly, unbundle the NJC, make it a lot more accountable. But thirdly, we need to address perverse jurisprudence that has got us here. And that perverse jurisprudence is perverse jurisprudence on judicial accountability, perverse jurisprudence on electoral accountability, because the two go together. The Nganjiwa judgment has done us tremendous harm. And you see Justice Yunusa, who has been recalled, sitting in Kano and deciding on Abia State. And you see, when you write a petition, I don't know the number of petitions I've written against judges. The NJC will tell you it can be corrected on appeal, so we cannot do anything about it. But when a judge who is sitting in Kano decides ex parte without hearing affected parties and necessary parties on issues as extensive as this, and you tell me that can be corrected on appeal, there is something wrong. Because the judge did this willfully, and almost certainly something passed. But the NJC will abdicate and tell you, you will not be able to, we cannot do anything on this, go on appeal. And appeals take so long. Meanwhile, the judge is sitting there and collecting more and doing more damage. So that doctrine needs to go, and the Nganjiwa judgment needs to, a judge who has been away for 5 years, what are they doing? And it's not just the Nganjiwa judgment. The Kunle Kalajaye judgment is another problem with an unaccountable bar. A bar that sets different standards for senior lawyers and junior lawyers. If a junior lawyer did what Kunle Kalajaye was set free for at the Supreme Court, the person will be selling Guguru and Ekpa. But we're here, and the senior advocate is still a senior advocate. Something is wrong with that. There is a fourth issue, which is evident. Judicial appointments have got to change. We need transparency in judicial appointments. In Kenya here, I'm not even going to talk about South Africa because some people say they're not African. But in Kenya, judicial appointments are advertised. Everyone applies. Interviews are open. And selection criteria are clear. The presidents have failed to get their candidates through. Uhuru failed to get his candidates through to appointment. The Chief Justice of Kenya, after the adoption of the 2010 Constitution, was a man who was a prisoner of conscience, detained for a long time, who converted from Christianity to Islam, back to Christianity and back to Islam, and wears an ear stud. But he is straight. Yes, he was a university professor, he worked in the NGO sector, he was a senior counsel, he's a polymath. Willie Mutunga. Willie wears an earring because he was the best candidate. Everyone agreed on the basis of the interview criteria. Why can't we have transparent judicial hires, starting with preferments? If you're having judicial scandals as chief justices, why can't you begin to save the judiciary? The NBA is not interested in doing that. I'm not even going to go into how to rescue the electoral process, because increasingly, how do we, in my view, we can only break this duopoly of politicians and the capture of politicians and judiciary by shifting the burden to INEC to prove that their elections comply with the Electoral Act before results are announced. For a single constituency national election as the presidency, in my view, what needs to happen is you set up your election petition tribunal before the elections. INEC should go to them and prove minimal compliance with the requirements before burden shifts. So the court certifies, as they do in the civil law systems, the court certifies that substantial compliance has occurred. You then shift the burden. If you want to set that aside, do so. And finally, returning to where we started with this. You see a thief, you call them my lord. You see a rapist, you call them pastor. You see a pervert, and they are NGO defender. That needs to change, because it is the social approbation that we all provide to those who destroy our society that makes them go further. And that is the example of Ikeja bar that we've got to take forth into the country. This example of honoring the right kind of people needs to go forth and be socialized in Nigeria. We need also to honor the right judges, because there are still judges, as difficult as it may be to believe, there are still judges who are striving to do the right things. And most of you who I go to court here will know the minority, but they exist. Why can't we find them and honor them in some ways? In ways that will not corrupt them, in ways that will inspire others, in ways that will say you are the right kind of person. And maybe when we mix these issues, reprobation and approbation, incentive and condemnation, recognition and the right kind of criticism, maybe and mix it with structural and legislative and institutional and doctrinal reform, maybe we'll begin to make some progress. As I said, no one has a monopoly. And I put forward some ideas here. My hope is that those who are more experienced than I am, and the people on this panel are much more experienced than I am, are much brighter and informed than I am, will take this further. Thank you very much.
Please, I would like to beg for pardon, and we have the family of the Alao Aka-Bashorun here. Please, can you just raise your hand? And please, I welcome Mr. Shegun Alao Aka to this. You're welcome, sir. Okay, we go straight. Please, I would like to also, okay, do not let us waste much of our time. Mr. Olumide Fushika SAN would also tell us about this topic. We need to understand more, and we need to know how far is this decadence and what exactly. The more we look, the less we see, or there's something particular that we lawyers can do on our own. Thank you, sir.
Well, good morning. I think I should start, even though I've not been directed to do so by the chairman of the organizing committee or by our chairman here. And I know that is to thank him for the efforts he has taken to be here with us today. And to suggest also, I think that because of, you shouldn't see the attendance here as representative of, as reflective of this branch. Our members are usually very, very interested in things like this. The fact that we are so few here, so to say, may not be unconnected with the inclement weather. And because we have had a very interesting, well, I won't call it lecture, address by the speaker, I don't know whether we have a recording of it so that our members that are not here, we can send it around for them to listen to. Because it is by things like this, events like this, listening to each other, hearing from, you know, someone talking to us about these things that we begin to, perhaps, those of us here who may still become judges tomorrow may be influenced in what they do when they get to that place, because it is from our midst that judges are actually appointed. So I would suggest to the branch that we should not only have this kind of discussions regularly, but that this particular one should be made available. Maybe we all have we have WhatsApp groups. If we have the recording, it can be posted there. People can listen to what we have been told this morning. That said, I don't know. I wanted to, rather than you know, speaking about the memory of Alao Aka-Bashorun before I go into review of what we have been told, I keep on wondering whether, as part of the solution to our problems, it is possible to have a leadership of the MBA. Can the MBA produce, you know, reproduce a leadership of that ilk, of that sort again? And the more I look at it, the more I come to the conclusion that I don't want to discourage us. I think it's difficult to say that there's a solution to our problems. I understand now that to become MBA president, the amount of money you need to spend and all that is so humongous. During the last campaign, I followed some of the candidates. When I say followed, I don't mean I go with them. What I mean is that their campaign activities, and I saw that private jets were being hired to move from place to place. So, but I don't know that Aka-Bashorun didn't do that. He was brought to that office because Nigerian lawyers believe so much in him that we clamored, and we were so happy for him to, and he didn't disappoint. But these days, what you have is not, people are not looking at the candidate, their antecedents, what they can do, young lawyers, invite Davido or some other musician to entertain them, so on and so forth. So the problem is quite massive, and I get discouraged every day. Even though my colleague there, Bayo, always tell me not to be discouraged, to keep on having hope. But I tell you straightforwardly that, we serve as lawyers. We are service providers. We may call ourselves learned men, whatever we want to call ourselves. At the end of the day, the profession is supposed to be rendering service as lawyers, as judges, and all that. Personally, I tell people, including my clients, I try to be blunt. If I have a serious, Bayo he knows where I'm going. If I have a serious legal issue today, a serious problem, I will not go to court. I'm a lawyer, I'm a senior advocate of Nigeria. I will not go to court. What I mean by I will not go to court, I tell them in my office, anything above that goes beyond libel, where you can stay there for 50 years, libel and those things that are not really, really important. But if you have a business dispute, I won't go to court, because, if we give out poison, so to say, as service, and you wouldn't want to take of that poison. It's so simple and straightforward. A personal example, my wife has a number of employees. About how many years ago now? Probably up to 15 years. I don't want to go into the details of what the lady did, but very, very bad. Very, very bad. Not the stealing alone, the liquor things, and all sorts and all that. And I felt, this lady should not be allowed to go scot-free, reported to the police, investigated, evidence and all that. We've been at the magistrate court for the last 15 years. Yes, 15 years. 3 magistrates have become judges on the case. Yes. Each time one becomes a judge, they assign it to another person, you start de novo and all that. My wife, sometimes, I'm not going again. You must go. You are the complainer, you keep on. Because at the end of the day, if you don't go, you've sanctioned what the person did. So keep on going eventually. So I think we are on maybe about the 5th or so magistrate now, after about 15 years. Something that is so simple. Magistrates are supposed to be summary, but they don't understand. They think they ask for written address, written this, written and plea, and there's no reason why you cannot start the case and where your witness is finished the matter. It's supposed to be one week, 2 weeks, you are done with it. But that's the kind of atrocities going on at that level. Wasting our time really in this profession. And I have 4 children. I have a friend, a judge of the Court of Appeal, who also has 4 children. All his children are lawyers, they are practicing, But long ago, I made the deliberate. If any one of them decides on his own or her own that he wants to be a lawyer, I won't be a stumbling block. But the way the thing goes, you need to encourage them, guide them towards a particular path, I deliberately, and I say to them regularly, I don't want to be lawyers. Reason being that, given my own experience in the profession, I don't want my children having to go through all that nonsense, I want them to go and find something else to do that is more productive, that will have more impact on society, because I don't see a way out of this, what we are in to. Um, Dr. Dinkalu has gone into quite a number of issues and is thrown towards the challenge of finding solutions. But he's the egghead. Yes, they are the intellectuals. They are the ones that are supposed to suggest to us solutions so that we can then examine. Each time I think about the problem of the country, the way the profession has been captured, so to say, to become a judge in a place like this, we hear stories. I don't know how far it is true that you go to some place, Iga Idugoran or whatever, to get anointed and so on and so forth before you can even stand a chance of becoming a judge in Lagos. So when those are the people responsible for appointments of judges and the things that they go through, especially the women who try to be judges, the kind of things they put them through, you then begin to wonder when the person is, actually now gets there, you understand the behavior, how Tunde is there. Sometimes I make fun of myself or jest of myself. You get to court by 9 o'clock with all those things that we put on. Senior Advocate of Nigeria. The judge does not come until 12 and you can't see anything. And you are senior advocate, you are supposed, in those days, a person like Chief Kende Shofola will tell the judge, you can't do that. And we, the junior ones, will support. But our morality has changed. I was before a judge of the Federal High Court some time ago, granted ex parte order. The rule of the Federal High Court says, very clear-cut provisions. If you apply to set it aside, it must be had within a number of days. The decision must be rendered within the same number of days, I think 14 days or thereabouts. And this just had the argument and then adjourned for ruling for maybe about a month, thereafter. And I then got up to try, in case he wasn't aware of it, called his attention to the rules that by the time you are delivering your ruling, you've lost the jurisdiction to do so. It's very simple, straightforward. It's written there, it's your rule. And his answer was, the rules are in his bosom or something like that, some kind of whatever. Something, And I said, so it became, bosom. What do you mean by that? I'm telling you, this is what your rules say. You are telling me. So it became a heated, But why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing it up for a specific reason. The attitude of our colleagues. Most of you here are favor seekers. We see law as favor seeking, as professionals. The junior ones, junior colleagues of course, everybody had waited for so long. Everybody was tired. Just call my case so that I can get out of this place. But the point I'm making is this. A junior colleague who came for his own case and said, they are the radicals. Let him be talking. He said it to my hearing. And I was wondering, because of the privilege I have, I can talk like this a bit. You can't do it because, the tiger will come. So you expect lawyers in court to understand and what's this man? And it was sometimes he told me in my office. Sometimes said it was called when something like that happened between one senior advocate and a judge, also of the Federal High Court, and then the judge was looking for people to support him. Of course, the senior advocate was rude to the judge. because the judge had done something very, very bad, wrong, not supposed to be done, you know. So he was calling to me and told me, said, of course, from my office, I said, calling people to say, to speak in his support, you know, against the senior advocate, to condemn the act of the senior advocate for being, you know. And he said he had nothing to say to it, because the truth of the matter is the reaction of the senior advocate was because of the thing that the judge, something that a judge practically calling black white, and we all know these things. So when we have that kind of situation, if for instance, I've had occasions several times, I feel like getting up and saying, your lordship, you are supposed to sit by 9, this is 11 or 12. But I look around and I see that the people I intend to fight for will be the first to roast me, because they are seeking favors. They don't want to say the truth. They'll be the one to say, no, the senior advocate is very rude, is this, is that, for pointing out something that's, you know, very, very obvious. No apologies, no. And it happens. I can give you, okay, those of us, we are here, we are practicing law in this Lagos. Are you saying that you don't know bad judges in this state? We all know the ones that are good. We know the ones that are bad. We don't need the FCC to come and tell us that this judge is bad. We know. But like Dr. Odeka will go there, my lord, my lord. I try to modify it a bit now. I prefer to use your lordship. Yes. So, you know. But, you know, our profession is just a reflection of our society. When I get so worked up and worried about these things, I remember something. Because when you look back, we've not always been like this. So how did we get to this situation? How? We've had, okay, you can complain, you'll say, you know, even in those days, even I read a book written by a Nigerian practicing in the UK. I've forgotten the title of the book now, you know. And you see that some of the things happening here also happen, you know, favoritism, old school boy network, racism, which takes the form of ethnicism or whatever in Nigeria. Now, it happens. But, you know, they are usually exceptional. You know, maybe if you find 2 cases like that, you find maybe about 8, 10 that went the right way. But the reverse is the case here with us. A lot of us now will say, oh, as we were discussing this morning, GT here, very angry, Bukachua, and some other of our colleagues, the NBA president and all that. And I remember, okay, what has the man said? Why are you deceiving yourself? Is it, what has he said? Don't you know that is the way we do justice in Nigeria? If you get justice done in any case in Nigeria, it is an accident. I'm serious. It's accidental. The case of Mujeku that Dr. Denkalu cited, do you even need anybody to cite that case for you? Your own experience. Once a judgment is given and you don't want the other party to, and many of us are guilty of it, you file an appeal, file notice of appeal, bring application for stay. You don't even want the application to be heard. You rush and compile a record and then dump it there and then say, you know, from the moment record is compiled, the court has become official, you know, so you have so many judgments. Look, I tell you, I should be stinkingly rich. You know why? Because I have so many judgments. Heavy judgment that if only one of them I'm able to collect. I'll just be coming for MBA program. I won't be going, Yes. But it's most likely, I don't pray for it, that I will not see the fruit of those. Why? Because if you don't get, you are even fast at the Court of Appeal. It's the Supreme Court. Once it gets there, that's the end. That's the end. Now you have NJC, you have all sorts, you have MBA. That's not our concern. We are not worried about that. As we are talking now, people are already, jostling to become MBA presidents. The next one, what they are going there to do, nobody knows. What exactly are they going there to do? The profession is collapsing on us, on our own heads. It has collapsed. And we are not worried. We just go on as if nothing is happening and all that. How many lawyers do we produce every year? Do we have any plan for them? When they come to my office, I want to employ as many as possible, but my income cannot carry it. Whatever I'm getting cannot. So I end up becoming a counselor. Yes, advising, sitting them down and all that. And your country is producing lawyers in thousands. No plan. Some of them will go into clothes selling, boutique, and all that. When they are 15 years, if they have godfather, they become judges. And begin to inflict on society atrocities of all sorts. I don't want to take much of our time. So I was saying, when I get worried about these things, and remembering that we've not always been like this, I read the books of old, Zeke, Awo, and all those other, to see what it was during their time, Were they the one that led us into this mess? Did they not do what they were supposed to do? And then I came about a portion of, I think it was after the 83 coup or something like that, when Awo came to the conclusion. I think you gave me a version of that conclusion today, GT, when you said that Professor Olurube said, we have been defeated and we should accept our defeat. Awo made the statement to the effect that for your information, I'm a Marxist, and I don't hide that. I'm not that we need, our morals have become so corrupted. Those of us who are not corrupted have accepted to live with it. So, until we begin to understand that we need moral regeneration. All these things I'm saying now, some of us here, if you are in the position of Bukachua, you will do the same thing. That's the truth. And if you are challenged, you say, well, that's the way it's always been done. Why should my own be different? Let me give you an example. There was this same friend of mine, raised an issue with me one time. There was a chief judge of this state, on the eve of departing the office, made an offspring a magistrate. So when I complained to this friend of mine, and he said, he actually asked me whether it was the right thing to do before doing it. And then I said, so what was your advice? What will I advise? I advised him that if he's in a position to do it, do it. Because if you don't do it, the person coming next, it's not about the competence of the person. I don't know whether the person is competent, the person being appointed is competent or not. That you know that this thing is not about competence now. When you are in a position to help your own, you help them. Because that's the way we have turned Nigeria into. In those days, if these things that we see happening, it's not accepted that somebody is a judge and then would want to make the wife, or let me even say, you know, you are a senior advocate, you have influence, you know, on how senior advocates are appointed. You then make your wife. You know, in those days, you know instinctively that you don't do those kind of things. You will not want to do it because you understand that if you do it, the society will react. Say, what kind of thing is this? It will not be seen as something you deserve. It will be seen as, you know, something you just grab and all that. You will not be respected. But these days, we've accepted those kind of things. That is why it is rampant. And everybody, you know, you just do it and say, oh, you know, what can you do? Let's not forget the topic we are discussing. Go to court. How did we come about that? When the people you are serving, that's the way they see your profession. When they are telling you go to court, they are saying, even if you sue, it may take 30 years before. I know I'm wrong, but before you get justice, maybe take 30 years. They are telling you go to court. We know the judge. Maybe you know law. We know the judge. Don't worry. Go to court. I have the money to do whatever, you know. And it has become a joke on the internet. So, if two people are arguing on a WhatsApp platform on something very, if you are not satisfied with, go to court. That is the way the profession is perceived by the larger society, and we are not worried about it. We are not concerned. A profession that should be worried, we should be, you know. If we have MBA Ikeja, I'm not by the way passing comment on the competence of any, you know, MBA. We used to have a chairman, even before he became chairman, Squib. He will go around the court every morning to see who is sitting by 9, who is not sitting, and he will publish the thing in his what's it called? What support did we give him? People will go behind him and say, don't mind that fellow, he's the one causing trouble. If we want change in our profession, in our country, we should be the change, that change. When we see any of our members doing the right thing, calling attention to what is wrong in the profession, let's stop the attitude of favor seeking. Because when the thing collapses, it's collapsing on all of us. It's not, you are not going to escape. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Mr. Ogunye, please, we need your review on this, and especially on the fact that access to courts is not as or is not as important as that of exits. I mean, how do we get here? And we need to talk to ourselves. We are the ones carrying we are in this profession, and we are the one carrying out this duty. We are the one doing everything in there. We are doing a lot, and I believe we need to talk to ourselves. So.
Thank you. The leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association Ikeja branch, preeminent leaders of the profession here, Lane Silk, my brother, the guest speaker, Chidi, who's spoken so well and eloquently. As usual, terrific speeches, second nature. And so we thank you for all that you said. And I thank my brother here, my other brother, Laneso, for all that you said. Now, I will attempt to be brief, because a lot has been said here today. Let me start by saying that, look, because the picture that has been painted is not a pleasant one. But we should just accept that life is a trap of perpetual struggle. We didn't choose to come to life. We didn't. My father used to say that if he was consulted by God before coming to the world, he would rather say, let me be one of your angels and be praising you perpetually. I don't want to go there. So life is a trap of perpetual struggle. And if you see it in that sense, our profession being part of our life is also embroiled in that perpetual struggle. We can talk about the good old days, but I can guarantee you that even as at that time, they had problems that they were contending with. The problems might not be of this magnitude that presents us with an overwhelming or a seemingly overwhelming force, and making us to wonder whether we can ever succeed against the odds that we confront in our profession. So, despondency is not the correct attitude. We should feel challenged that in our lifetime, one lifetime that we have, in spite of the fact that in some cultures we're told that old people who die do come back. I mean, we have about 20, we have all that. In this one lifetime we have, we just have to do whatever we need to do to make it better. Not only for our profession, but for our people and for our country. Now, our Constitution provides access to justice. We have our courts where we ply our trade. But the question is, does it guarantee access to timely delivery of justice? Does it guarantee fairness? Does it guarantee equity and justice in its substantial sense? And I think that that's why it's not up to a sentence now, go to court like a phrase. It's very important. Go to court, because those who are challenging you to go to court believe that the court will give you nothing, and that if you win, it will be a fiery victory. All that, as Chidi has so well described it, judges are now in the pockets of certain principalities and powers in our country, including politicians. And so they can tell you the end from the beginning. So if you have the folly to dare to go to court, you waste your time, you waste your money, you waste your energy, and at the end of the day, you lose and you rue the consequence. You know, when we are young, for our parents, who average parents, disciplinarian, they don't want their children to go bad. If you hurt or injure your friend or offend your friend, and the friend threatened to go and report you to your father, you'll be begging. You kneel down, don't report me to my father. But when a kid says, you want to go and report now, what does that mean? It either means that the kid does not have respect for the parents, or he believes that the parent will condone whatever he was doing. Okay? So, that phrase captures the dilemma that we face in the professions today. We used to talk about certainty of law. Even for the most seasoned and gallanted lawyers here, other in this profession, when they go to court, how certain are they about the causes they are pleading? How certain are they? And I'm not saying that we should be self-conceited and say that, yes, the point of law we are pushing to court should, prevail or predominate. I'm just saying basic things Because lawyers are advisors. How do we advise people if we are not certain of what the law is saying? It's because we are certain. But where is that certainty when you then realize or discover that nothing is certain anymore? Not even at the Supreme Court. The judgment that is decided today, saying that this is the state of the law, tomorrow, so what's the use of precedents? What's the use of stare decisis? Oh, rule of precedents. I think it's now the rule of the thumb, and rules of whims and caprices. And then we are told that, yes, we decide what the law is. And so what do lawyers decide when they go to court? Because we also decide. Our rules of professionalism say that we must believe in the cause of our clients. We are not scavengers. We are not supposed to just take cases to court because we want to earn a fee. Indeed, that's professional misconduct. We must believe in the cause. So we decide on the basis of our own knowledge of the law. But when you then go to court and you don't know what the law is saying anymore, because you don't know what the court will come up with, what do you then do? So as bad as the situation is, as I've said earlier, because I listened to him carefully, and when he started in his introduction and talking about not wishing to encourage his children to, I really felt it. It hit me. I have a son now who's reading law, and I was just thinking, have I misdirected him? No. I'm serious. When he was saying it, because we live through these things. But I think that, which is going to be part of my conclusion, the thing is not to surrender. If you surrender, we are dead professionally. Even dead as human beings. Because the pursuit of justice is the end of law. Law doesn't exist without an end. The law is not just, yes, we are refining the law and we are developing the law. To what end? It's because of justice. That's why we are lawyers. That's why you are going to define it. So we will have to soldier on, and we don't have to surrender. So the Constitution guarantees that Section 6(6)(b) says that the court is there, you have access to it, and then you deal with all that you deal with in the profession. And what are these issues? Dr. Odinkalo, Prof, has stated them as we know them. And as he was stating them, I said to myself that when it's my turn to contribute, I will look at all of us in the faces and ask, all those things that he's saying, in our hearts of hearts, was he lying? Was he being hyperbolic? Was he exaggerating? Or he was just playing academic games as a gifted speaker? These things that he was saying, as egregious as they were, are they not real? They are real. They are. And if they are real, and we don't want to surrender, we then have to do something about it. He spoke about appointment nepotism. Is it not real? It's real. It's real. In time past, we used to talk about that in the profession itself, particularly when it comes to taking the silk. And I'm not saying this to injure any feelings. But now it's crept into the judiciary. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. So, a father is the CJN, so the son, as he's leaving the Supreme Court, the son is going to the Court of Appeal. If The some merit seats, and that's what we want. There's nothing wrong about it. We have generation of soldiers. So we should have generation of judges. But it has to be done properly and normally. Because if it is not done normally and properly, there is no way justice will not be shortchanged at the end of the day. If you're not well appointed, you can't well adjudicate. That's my fundamental premise. You can't, because that means your entry point was a compromise platform. So all the way, the likelihood is that your conduct on the bench will be compromised galore. So that problem is there. Talked about corruption on the bench. Can we see it? We can see it. It happens. And it is sad that we're not discussing this in whisper tone anymore. We're not discussing this as exception, few cases, few bad eggs, small, a tiny, minuscule minority. That's why it's a problem. So how are we going to tackle it? Because according to this, imparting on the integrity of the judiciary and disabling the judiciary from even defending itself for good reasons. Because there are times when we as lawyers feel outraged that, oh, this bastion of the rule of law, this citadel is being, buffeted by infamy. So we want to rally around. But because of what we all know is difficult, and even the judiciary itself, because it is vulnerable, will not be in a position to even defend itself. Talked about judicial capture and state capture. It's all evident. It's all evident. The president has just signed a bill into law now on an extension of what's the quality of debate that went into that discussion. And what's going to be the implication? One implication, immediate one, is that a CJ who is going to go next year now sees another 5 years ahead of him. So what's he going to do? When they were extending the tenure of the justices of the Court of Appeal, Justice Akombi of blessed memory, you know the story. He said he didn't want to be a beneficiary of that. He's had enough. His successors can take it, but he won't benefit. So are they saying so now? That many of them who are on the bench now will not be the beneficiary. Those who are appointed thereafter could be. And you see the rat race that will then generate in the judiciary. Because some of them have legitimate expectations that, oh, my CJ is going. I'm number one. So what's going to happen again? So are we going to have an era now of the waistcoat when you say that I don't know what is going on in my own office? Something is going on in my own office. So it's not funny. So we'll have to deal with that. Length of judicial determination, reference the case of Mojeku and Mojeku. And I was pointing to the metrics, which are not patent or palpable on the face of the law report that we read. You can go to the footnote, Nigerian Weekly Law Report, the year, now you can trace the story. Actually, I used that in one report that I did because I was researching the subject when I was writing my book on plea bargaining, and I was advocating for it. I didn't know that it would be this bastardized. And I will look at, yes, from what year to what year, and I'll look at it, and I'm looking at length of the cases then, 13, 14, 18 years. Even criminal appeals. But now it's longer because of all the problem that we have. And he then mentioned the Nganjua case. I was part of the Ganjwa matter at the Supreme Court, because we thought that we could do and I was invited to be part of that, assist our colleagues in the FCC, because it was an important matter. We thought we were going to do a salvaging work just to salvage the situation, but so beyond salvage, because the judiciary decided that that had to be the law, that they had to change the law. They decided that they had to change that. If you look at the criminal code, you see where judges can be arrested. It's there, and we've referenced it. They change it, and that's the law. So he called it a major disaster for the judiciary. It is. But sadly, that's now the law. And I'm linking that with what, with the Bukashiwa disclosure on the floor of the National Assembly. You are prescribing what the NJS should have done. But look at the state of the law. Look at how far we've traveled on the wrong route. So if you say NJC, you have to take action. Of course, there are lawyers or people that will tell you that but Senator Bukashiwa is not a member of the NJC. He's not a member of the, he's not in the judiciary. The wife has retired. Do we still have jurisdiction to discipline him? We exercise disciplinary powers here. We are not a court, we are not a police. But can they file a petition with the appropriate authority, the SSS, the I'm serious, the police, that somebody made a confession, which again, ICPC, could be said to be covered by legislative privilege, that maybe he didn't know what he was saying, or something that as consequential as that, saying that he wanted to thank his wife for helping him to sell justice. If we were in England, some of those reports that we read about, something will just happen, little thing, and then there will be a commission of inquiry. Lord something committee, Lord Atkin committee, all that. I mean, serious matter on how to prevent it. And now the NJC says something, so the NBA is saying something, and I can guarantee you that the matter will be papered over. And now, talking about solutions, I think that we should think seriously about this solution. I'm happy that the paper will be circulated hereafter, because it gives us a lot to ponder. Call for the unbundling of the office of the CGN. Absolutely, I agree with that. And people have been saying this. People have been saying it, even when the salami thing occurred. People have been saying it. But it's not in the nature of people who occupy offices here to want to shed their powers as long as they are there. If anything, they want to acquire more powers. And if you doubt what I've said, and you reference that, what was the basic reason for the Supreme Court to be insisting on taking election appeal that shouldn't go to them? 2 layers. Tribunal, appeal tribunal for the gubernatorial governorship. Presidential tribunal, Supreme Court. So why did they break that tradition, if not greed? If not for greed. So which law do they want to develop? As loaded as they are, as burdened as they are, that they were insisting that the thing must come to them. And so the thing has inundated the place now. Civil appeal will perish. Ordinary people have no hope that their cases will be heard and determined seriously. And not only that, I do not know, although I know, because I'm quite familiar, the titanic work you had done to gather all you had to gather to be so privileged. Imagine young lawyers who have to take cases from High Court to the Supreme Court to say they want to have the number. How are they going to do it? Except they go and queue behind seniors like you to take election petitions so that their name may enter there. So if it will take an average of 15 years, 20 years for you to take cases from the High Court to the Supreme Court, and so in giving you recognition in the profession you've chosen, you're successfully taking cases to that apex court is in the mix and it's in the part of the requirement. So how are you going to do it as a young lawyer? So we have a lot of problems. So but they took it. So it is not just the office that has to be unbundled. The court itself has to be unbundled. It may come in the way of refederalizing our judiciary. I've written about it, I've spoken about it. Our court system is like a cone. It's like a pyramid with a very tiny summit and very broad base. With the structure as it is currently constituted, we will have more and more problems. And so what our jurists are doing is just to mark their time and say, okay, yes, I'll soon live here. And the problem is there. Nobody is trying to solve the problem. It is impracticable for 21 persons, even if the court has its full complement, to handle all civil appeals and cases. And so people have been talking about intermediate interlocutory, so don't do this, don't let interlocutory leave cases, all sort of suggestions, which again do not have any impact on right of appeal. The right to appeal in many jurisdictions in the world, in the common law tradition, to 3 layers is guaranteed. So what people are suggesting in Nigeria about do it, let it remain at the Supreme Court or not, is because they are using that to manage the problem they've created for themselves at the Supreme Court. In the past, suggestions were made about having a constitutional court separate from the Supreme Court here. It was shut down because men want to play God who will forever decide the fates of their fellow men. So, what about refederalizing? Let's have zonal Court of Appeal, zonal Supreme Court that can take state and ordinary cases. And this Supreme Court can take federal causes only, as it is done in the United States and some other countries. So why can't we have that? Instead of thinking that all these tepid approaches can ever lead to a lasting solution.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So finally, you ought to have just alerted me. Okay. That's how it's done.
My apologies, sir.
But let me just round up
sir.
by saying that I agree completely that we're at a crossroad. We've been at this crossroad for long. But I think that we may, by our own effort, like this, and I commend our branch, continue to talk about the problem. People say that we've done all the workshop, we've talked a lot, we need action. Well, you know, acting starts with talking, so that we can understand what our problem is and how to fix it. And the more we talk and the more we act, the more we'll be able to deal with all the things that ail us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sorry for interrupting you there. Like what he said life is, we are trapped in a perpetual struggle. Sir, what do you think? The struggle then and the struggle now, how is it like? And what do we need to do more? Just a quick one, just a few minutes. Thank you, sir.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I was not expected to be part of the panel, so I think so I'll be very brief. But I'm going to take us to a different, a little bit of tangent, because I've personally experienced this kind of disappointment in my own personal way. I wanted to be a soldier when I left Baptist Academy, and my father was livid, very angry. The late Kudirat and my mother, Kudirat Abiola, approached late Brigadier, God, my memory, and took me to his house. And the brigadier said to me, Shegun, you have to go and study law first. I said, who told you I want to study law? He said, no, I've been told that you are meant to be a lawyer, that's what is good for you, that you'll be a good lawyer. They convinced me. I decided, okay, I'll go and study law. I got to England, started study law. Second year, I fought my father and said, I don't want to be a lawyer again. Because some of the things you have said have brought this memory back, and I was laughing to myself that I hope my father was here now to hear me when we were arguing. I said, you have been a lawyer, you have gotten to the pinnacle of what it is. What should you want me to wear to try and be like you, or to surpass what you've already done? And I'm not interested in that. Since you've been doing it, what changes has occurred? You are just advising people, because we had heated debate. This was in England. You're just advising people. What action are you taking to make changes? They're not listening to you. So eventually I said I would be a politician. I wanted to study politics so I can engage change. But through my journeys and experiences in being a politician, I was asked to be a Secret Service agent. In trying to be a Secret Service agent, I had to learn construction, because I have to know how to break walls, hide things, and so many other things. And I ended up loving that more than any of the other profession I ever wanted to be. But going back to the issue of the problem, it's a global problem that we are having. We are lowering the standards of every area of our lives, of what is important. And I think we really have to search deeper than where the moral institutions need to be elevated. Yes, I'm not a lawyer today, and I was almost justified not to be one, because all the other lectures I've come to, people have told me, you can still be a lawyer, Mr. Aka-Bashorun, you can still be a lawyer. But the issue here starts at home, the institution of the home, of our houses. We are losing a universality in this global world of how to raise our children. The human race itself is at risk, because everywhere you see the lowering of the standards. So it's easy for us to give up and say it is not working. It is, because we are frustrated. When I became a vice chairman of a local government, I fought the system heavily. Until date, people tell me, I hope they will give you commissioner now. I hope you have resolved your fight with Ashwaju, that you are still, and I laugh, and I still I'm still baffled why people will say that. They are not saying it for my own case, they are saying it for their own purpose, to enjoy the fruits of power through me, never asking me, Mr. Aka-Bashorun, what do you really want? All I wanted was to make a point that what you are doing is not going to work. We are all going to suffer it. But the solutions I'll be very short, because I'm saying this, I don't want us to give up. There's nothing lost. And I'll go back to listen to the words of wisdom my father gave us then. This life is billions of years old, and I know clearly, it's in the Bible, in all the religious books, that we have been here from the beginning of time, every one of us, and we'll be here in perpetually for life. We are not here for 70 years or 100 years or 50 years or 20 years. So what you do, there's repercussion. We need to take back that to the home when we raise our kids, our loved ones, who are part of the community that become judges, our officers, policemen, politicians. Because this is the problem we are having. It's everywhere, the decadence. People are forcefully lowering standards for personal gain, thinking it's the end of everything. It's not, it's the beginning. Life, what we are seeing now, life never ends. My late mother died 2 years ago. Right here, I apologized on her behalf that she was a little sick, she couldn't come. And a few weeks later, she was gone. But passing on, I told her that, Mommy, there is nothing like death. There's just a definition by a word. Nothing dies. That God had said that everything I have created, not a grain of sand or a strand of air will ever be found wanting. That the Lord has said it. You have been here before, you'll be here forever. And the choices you make today reflects. There is nobody that gets away from these behaviors. There is repercussion. And that is what the global world is missing. That I can do as I wish. Really, the religion you are preaching, they are not listening. They don't believe in it. They are sound bites. There is no fear. There is no fear of God. There is no fear of repercussion. So people do as they wish, thinking nobody sees me. And if they see me, who cares what I do? God had designed what we kill to eat on a daily basis. God had designed what will live perpetually for billions of years to come, yet to come. So I am happy. I've made my point, and I know I will live happily for billions of years to come. Thank you for having this program. I'm very grateful. The family of Aka-Bashorun is extremely grateful for this continuation. We are perplexed. Thank you.
All right, just to round up, I'll go to the speakers for their final words on this. Life, aside from the fact that we are struggling, aside from the fact that, okay, we understand that the talk is part of the struggle, what other things can we do to strengthen this struggle against the corruption in the judiciary? Just a round up. Just 1 minute, sir. Mr. Fisika, sir. Just 1 minute to tell us what exactly, aside from we talking, aside from we having this kind of program where we talk about it, what other things can we continue doing to ensure that we strengthen the struggle against corruption in the judiciary? Thank you, sir.
Okay, 1 minute. Gives me the opportunity to say something that I omitted the last time. Every solution, Nigeria is a redo. Every solution, when we identify a problem and then we bring forth a solution, then that solution brings forth hydra-headed problems of his own. So many problems will come from that solution. And that's why I've come to my own conclusion, which was what I concluded upon the last time. If this country is the way it is, it's not the devil. The devil didn't come here to... we are responsible for what we are. So it will take a lot of education. I believe that the solution has to, we must unlearn those that are adults must unlearn the bad things they've learned and commit to doing the right thing, and those that we are bringing up must be brought up in the right way. But we you know, the situation of the education system in Nigeria now is something else. You know, in the universities where we are training lawyers and all that, we need to teach them the right things about the profession, get them to understand, use our situation as case studies for them to see that we are doing it, we are not doing it well. This is not the way it's supposed to be done. Not to hide it and shout when Bukachua talks. We should admit, yes, that's what we are, you know, but that's not how it's supposed to be, and then try to find. So maybe in the educational sector, we can do something about that. But I say we are responsible for our situation. We ourselves must make up our mind that we are tired of where we are and we want to regenerate the country, regenerate ourselves, regenerate the family, and perhaps, so, that's not masses, that's like preaching. But that's the situation I am in now, currently. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for our speaker? Well, I want to say a big thank you to all of them, particularly Professor Chidi Odikalu, who flew in from the United States of America. The interesting thing is that Chidi doesn't live in Nigeria, but he knows more about what goes on in Nigeria than those of you who are on ground. But I think to take what my brother Olumide said, we also need to search ourselves in some of the things going on. I remember I was at someone's birthday and I sat on a table with some senior advocates and senior lawyers, and they were all talking about problems in the judiciary, corruption. So one man came to me and said, "Aren't you a lawyer?" I said, "Yes." I said, "But how come everybody is talking and you are not talking?" I said, "Oh, you want to know?" I said, "Those who are talking are in the Premier League of the things they are talking about. That they are the key players in what they are talking about." And I said, "I can tell you that this one. He said, "I've been wondering because you just kept quiet." I said, "No, because they know what goes on in the things they are doing." And that's the problem, that when you are a part of it, you cannot fight it. No matter how little you are part of it, you cannot fight it. But we need to speak up, and I'll give you an example. In 2013, and why did I say in 2013? Because if I don't tell the year, I became SN in 2014, so this happened in 2013. I had argued an objection before Justice So, who is now CJ. He wasn't CJ then. Yeah. And it was in April. And he just adjourned ruling on the objection till October. And I got to say, "My Lord, even the Constitution says for final addresses, it's 90 days. Yes, this is April. So what did I do? I said, "Oh, I'm just wondering that if what happened in this courtroom features on CNN tonight, that a Nigerian court adjourned for 6 months to deliver ruling on objection, I don't know what." I said, "None of us in this courtroom can defend it." Now there was print of silence and everybody felt, what an effrontery, what audacity, how can you speak to a judge like that? But the thing is that he then said, "Well, Mr. Adejuyigbe, I appreciate the point. It's the workload of the court. This thing is not deliberate. Case adjourned till June." And that June, he delivered the ruling. Now, when I left court, everybody now came around. "That was a good one. That was a good one." I said, "What happened to your mouth?" So what I'm trying to say is that now, it is not just a matter of being able to speak. If I have been, part of what goes on, I probably think there's an IOU. So the challenge is that a number of us have the IOUs, and then you cannot talk. Now, there was a time, Professor Dikalu spoke about the appointment of justices in FCT. Now, during COVID, some of us took up the gauntlet that we're going to challenge it, and we decided to file an action. And now, the interesting thing is that when we filed the action, we listed the names, and some people will call me, "If you don't mind, can you remove my name?" Some of us, we agreed, we were going to challenge this. Because we had made our, investigations, and we came to a conclusion that no, this process was flawed. But we decided to go on. We also wrote to the Senate that no, you can't go ahead. And what were we saying? That the NJC itself had violated its own guidelines. We didn't write it for you, but that you put these guidelines in place, you had violated it. So what we then experienced is that the lawyers who are in Abuja, the few SANs called me and said, "Oh, I saw the action you guys filed. That was quite commendable.
Commendable.
I said,
That's fantastic.
I said, but I don't practice in Abuja as much as you do. I said, but we want to salute your courage. That's what he said. And I said, well, if some of you don't have the courage, it's because you've been traded off. And you have to fight this thing. Now, a litigant, a judge said, your lawyers have adopted final addresses, and I'm about writing my judgment. What do you plan to do? So the litigant said, oh, my lord, I don't think I have anything to worry about because the lawyer that I have actually knows his onions. Oh, the judge said, I'm not doing pepper soup, so I don't need his onions. But by the time I'm finished with the judgment, you and your lawyer will probably be selling onions at my 12, since he knows his onions. Now, it's the kind of impunity that we then have that people will say just anything. But we cannot give up. It's such an interactive web. Sometimes I stumble on an image that says the first 60 years of a law career are the most difficult. So you now ask yourself, if you say the first 60, what do you do thereafter? But what we need to do, and I say it all the time, is that provided you have not been part and parcel of it, what you can expose, you should expose. What you can fight, you should fight. Because if you don't do that, I remember and why do I say this? In 1997, I had a matter that involved, Chief Afe Babala on the other side. And I had gotten the matter in Ondo High Court, struck out, because they just abandoned the matter, nobody was prosecuting. And only to hear that the matter that was struck out was not relisted, but injunction was granted. It was not relisted. So, of course, I filed a notice of appeal, and I said, the judge then called me. I said, I want us to talk about this. I said, I've talked already. I'll use my notice of appeal to talk. He said, yes, I saw it. That's why I said they should call you. He said, I'm going to retire very soon. This doesn't look very a decent way to live. I said, well, that's not my making. Were you not thinking of that when you did this? So all of a sudden, the other side, I said, okay, they wanted to resolve the matter. You see, I'm saying this so that, because if I say this, I say, oh, you're SAN now. That's why you can do this. I don't know, how many of us remember Justice Olubani? When Justice Omotosho was chief judge,
still alive.
I had a matter in which the counsel on the other side, who was being led by Justice Olubani, he's dead. Yes, the counsel on the other side was being led by Justice Olubani. But when he's not in court, he stand down the matter. And I said, my lord, there's no letter. I'm here. If the counsel is not here, then we have to adjourn. He said no. Maybe he's head up somewhere.
Yes.
Maybe he's head up somewhere. Then I will stand down the matter. I said, well. And then, so on one occasion, I wrote to Justice Omotosho. And I said, these are the other lawyers in court when this transpired. We didn't have mobile phone then. So she called me on the landline and spoke in Yoruba. I said, well, I don't know about that, but I'll tell you what I intend to do. And on a few occasions when I've seen some kind of malfeasance, I've had to tell the chief judge once in this Lagos. I waited for so long, there was no ruling. And it's somebody that I know some, and I called on a Saturday afternoon. I said, just to let you know that on Monday, my clients intend to address press conference. I'm the one governed by rule of professional conduct. I won't be there. But in their case, they will tell the world, by Tuesday, the judge deliver ruling. I said, my client will. So what I'm saying is, and what makes all that possible is that I am non-aligned. I am non-aligned. Now, so why I'm saying this, you cannot say today you want to fight the system and then tomorrow you are a partaker. It doesn't work.
No.
I mean, I have a case, one of my partners told me that our clients came. This is a matter that was resolved by terms of settlement, and only that we discovered that the judge has not signed consent, the enroll order. So the clients came that they said before the judge signs that they need to furnish consideration. I said it's bad enough that the case stayed on the list for 14 years. The parties finally resolved. And then I said no problem. Then the next day, I sent a message to the judge. Lord, please let me know when I can talk to you. There's an important issue. He said, I'm in letter of petition, but you can call me at this time. I then called. I said, I understand our clients are being asked to go and raise money before consent judgment is signed. He said, who said so? I said, well, that's what we're hearing, and they actually came to us for assistance. He said, that's not correct. I said, I believe it shouldn't be correct. It's true. I said, in fact, I said, what I said is that it's not going to happen in this world and the next. And I took the thing to say, look, I'm happy you are making a denial. So what I'm saying is, the problems are intractable, but there are some parts of it that we also can deal with. You see, there are a number of them that sometimes they just say, look, let's solve this person's problem. But that doesn't help us, because I tell people, don't let's have a privatized judiciary. And you know what I mean, privatized judiciary? They help you solve your own problem and you go. But they then face the rest. And these things are important. We said on the floor of the meeting when we come here, why does it take so long to have a case assigned? I mean, you file a case, I've had cases that the writ had expired before it's assigned. So we need to forge alliance as a body, because it's only when we do that that we can say that most times, I'm sorry to say this, we just sing the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain. That one should be deleted, because it is when we stand for things like that that we can truly honor the memory of the lives of Alao Aka-Bashorun. If we don't, to be able to say, look, some people walk this path, but they made up their mind that they will not ruin the system. We need to make up our mind as lawyers that when we see the things that are wrong, because it's only then that we can give hope to those coming behind us. But if we don't do it, and I tell people most times that, look, if we leave this problem, there's a book in the Bible, they call it Book of Lamentations. That is what you'll be reading. But we need to confront it. I'm not saying the problems will go overnight, but sometimes, when they know that you are not going to allow it, and you are going to speak against. I was in a courtroom once, and I had to say to a judge, because before I got in, the lawyers were complaining. The courtroom was dirty, and so when I finished my case, I said, my lord, I'm sorry, before you sat, my colleagues here, they were talking about this courtroom. He said, what's wrong with it? I said, it's filthy. He said, really? I said, not only our part, that when you send for your laptop from your chamber, that was only then they started cleaning your table. I said, we are not supposed to come to court and go with jams. So we need to speak up. Because we cannot continue to just keep quiet and expect that the system will change. And like he said, there are a few ones who are doing all that they can, to be above board, even though they meet some internal frustrations. But we should, as much as we have opportunity, recognize them, honor them, and be able to say, they may be very few, but they should be encouraged. So those are my own few contributions, and I just believe that, well, as bad as things are, we should not give up, because we are already facing state capture. That is actually the reality. But we cannot just surrender. We need to do all that we can, to salvage whatever is left. Some people, these days, it's difficult. I think my brother G.T. Ogunye was talking about Sari decisis.
Yes.
These days, I'll be honest with you, I don't do any address and say it is settled law anymore.
It is unsettled law. No, it is unsettled law.
And when litigants come and ask for an opinion, I will say that, well, this is what the law says, but my conclusion all the time, our courts are unpredictable. That's always my conclusion. I said, this is what this is this, but mind you, our courts are
Unpredictable.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, we would like to have comments, questions from the. Okay, sir. Please, can we have the mic going around now?
It's like
Okay, please, you can come to the podium here. Thank you, sir.
Brother, yes. It's 74. It's like first. No, I'm not saying so. 74.
The chairman of education, the chairman of the branch, and the chairman of the law week, and our esteemed visitors. Ogoye is our member and quite erudite. Mr. Aka-Bashorun has just weighed in from personal experience. I wish that the leader of the MD Ikeja is here.
So I want to.
Come on, please, if I were former chairman, let me command. Come on, do I be the chairman, you can hear me. Yeah, Mr. Fusika is also our member. That one is an Iroko. So, and the only thing that is quite despondent, not recently, for quite a long time. I have a few. The mic, okay. Mr. Fusika is our senior, is our Iroko in the profession, and quite sound and erudite. Must be erudite. His despondency has been noted and corrected by some of the speakers said. Most of the things I would love to say has been said by Senior Advocate Adeju Tunde. The only thing is that I want to say that when you talk about the NBA that you're talking about is the NBA Ikeja. And that's why I was referring to Mr. Seyi Olawulu. We started this law week on a very, very bright note and quite a lot of social vibrance, and we could see it. But this is not the brand of Ikeja. This is the truth, and I'm getting afraid even for his successors. They have identified state capture and the collusion between the executive, the politician, and the judiciary, and all that. And Mr. Adeju has highlighted what individuals can do. But I know from experience that individual efforts are not enough. And that is the limitation of the Ganifa approach to issues, national issues in this country. And Baba Alao Aka-Bashorun, to provide the opposite of that method by becoming the leader of that very important association, the Nigerian Bar Association, that's president. The MBA is a very good platform, but it's been hijacked over the years by money bags, correct lawyer, quote unquote. Like Mr. Fusika identified, you want to become president, what do? You spend money around, you do disco and all that. And even the very best, in about 20 years after Aka-Bashorun, that's Mr. Pata, I am of the opinion that his relative greatness lies in allowance of two important members of his cabinet. That is Martins Aikoko and Kunle Edu. He's later voted out from Warri branch. And aside MBA Ikeja, Warri branch is another leading social activist branch. All what we will do, buying our very fine cars, building our majestic offices, and all that, even fine bar centers, as I said, will collapse. And that has been the position of the radical agenda movement in the Nigerian Bar Association. It will, in fact, the country has become 75% of the jungle. If a senior advocate like Mr. Fusika, who could have been senior advocate 10 years before he became senior advocate, was a victim. This is the truth. I could say I don't even want to go to court again except on very serious issues. How much more many of us who do not have that influence? The appointments of judges, of magistrates are atrocious. the making of senior advocates is atrocious. You know how to become senior advocates. I was in court today. I just left court, and a judge was interested in going on with a case where if you are sentenced is life imprisonment, and they have just brought in a new witness, just have the lawyer now, and the judge was interested in continuing. The poor lawyer stood up and said, "My lord, I've just been served now," and the judge wanted to railroad him. Everybody kept quiet, so I stood up. I said, "My lord, but we are talking of justice now." We called that bush. He said, "Well, where do I want to send? If you want to do alternatives, you have to bring in the minors, and so that they could do them. But all the other lawyers will have to go out." I said, "I will go out." He said, "In the rain." I said, "Yes." I said, "Yes. That this is not right." I just want to use this kind of opportunity to appeal to people who have the mind of a Ganifa Emi, of Alao Aka-Bashorun. You won't know what this man did. To be interested in the leadership of the bar. And I was talking about Mr. Seyi Olawumi. It's a good time to speak now. It's your time to shine if you shine well. The country is really in a mess, and the politicians could have the audacity and the impunity of a Bulkachua, a senator, the floor of the Senate, saying, "I want to thank my wife for helping me to compromise justice in favor of my colleagues." And all what the NBA president has done, like one of our speakers is to write something, and people are, what? I read the thing, with due respect to the president of the NBA, he shied. I just said they should look at Bulkachua, they should investigate the husband. What about the judge? What about the accomplice? The courage is not there, the interest and the passion for society. And I used to say, if this country should collapse, democracy should collapse, you will know that lawyers will be one of the people that will suffer the most, because they know it. The rich lawyers, the senior advocates, they know that since 1999 till date has been the most profitable for the profession since the beginning of time in Nigeria. This is the truth, because it's the longest time we've had with democracy, whether not stable or whatever. So you have so many opportunities, and you don't have a fused legislature again. Under the military, it was fused. The military is also the legislator, and then the judiciary was attenuated, and that's why panels that investigate someone like Fela's harassment and the death of his mother could say that the unknown soldiers. What happened at the NSAS panel, that a judge originally of this jurisdiction could lead people to say that the government that set it up was involved in a massacre, would not have happened in the 70s, would not happen in the 80s. And that's why we should be more interested. And there are issues going on, and what has happened now, I said it 2 days ago here, or 3 days, I said, the NBA may not talk, even though the General Secretary happens to be one of us, but the NBA Ikeja should talk. We should talk. You know what has happened when I was leader here. All of you participated. The leader could not do it alone. We stopped what could have been a virus on terrible financialism, at least in southwest of Nigeria, by the mad antics of a governor, Akin Wambode, who brought almost 3,000 increment in a land use charge. Mr. Fusika was just left, called me, he was not seen advocate that year. If that was it, would be. I said, Shino. He said, that place they call my chamber. Are you sure I'm the landlord? I said, how do you mean? He said, well, I used to pay 130,000 naira a year on the property. But now, Akin said, I'm going to pay 2.1 million. If I continue to pay 2.1 million, I'm not sure I'm not a tenant. And we took it up. And the senior advocate said, you are doing well, but you put a horn on the head of the governor, your advertisement for rebellion. That is not okay. I said, I'm sorry. That is our style. The president of the NBA then, who would not call you, what's his name now? A.B. Mahmoud, another Mekai of Mahmoud, that one called me and said, Chairman, you are not labor union. That we hear that you are disturbing Lagos. The reporter, I said, yes. I should give him a report. I said, I will not give you a report. So
my appeal is for a few of us who will not let this priceless branch go down. Honestly speaking, a lot of times people will be calling and say, Mr. Golan, when are you still going to bring the squib again and all that and all that? I said, well, you just wait. You just wait. But when you have a platform, we are not going to be doing ceremony. Tomorrow we are going to have a fine dinner and all that kind of a thing. But there's going to be a time so soon. You can't just like this openly. People will attack you. Must attack you because they are really, really wretched. And this is the time that the bar and the bar fails, the branch must never fail. My predecessor, one of my predecessors in the office, Mr. Monday Ubandi, led us in rebellion against the national body in Abuja. You are a stalwart. At a point, the leader wanted to falter. If one of us used a pregnant tummy, I forgot the name of the lady, to block the gate. Yes, I'm calling for a revolution. That's who saved this country. All this gentle way, personal way will not do it. And lawyers are going to be hacked down. Can you go to Sambisa Forest now and say, you have been well briefed, you want to go, which judge will even sit there? You see what has happened. I want to tell all the Senate cases. All the Senate cases in Lagos are not up to one MC Oluomo. Is it not true? No, is it not true? They say go to court. They are mocking your profession. This is the truth. And except you act on the powers that be, except as a platform, you act on the powers that be. So I would not expect the NBA Ikeja to just keep quiet after the NBA president. That has not been traditional. Our leader, Mr. Kande, said, we defied the national leadership. When Buhari was misbehaving in 2017, after proscribing IPOB, and the Fulani people were killing people anyhow, it was here. You remember that is what we said. We lost confidence in this presidency. And the NBA Ikeja will be ready as a conscience of the people. Under Chairman Omole, we were in Onitsha. We were going there just peacefully, and the Onitsha people just came out and said, NBA Ikeja. I think it was during the period of the protest against the fuel something of President Jonathan and all that kind of thing. Far away Onitsha. Most of us there were Yoruba people. Well, we know that they were hailing, NBA Ikeja and all that. We must not lose that tradition. We must not lose that tradition. Aka-Bashorun we are honoring operated under a military president. A very vicious, extremely cunning, so deft that they call him Maradona. But it's still like a shining star. She was telling the mother. The wife was telling us how $20 million was promised Aka-Bashorun. And Bashorun just said, that man must be a madman. They promised the mother, the wife, something, and just say, is that man mad? Is money everything? But individual heroism is what I want us to go apart. Aside of that, this is a good platform. Building platforms are difficult. The leaders in the past have built this platform. And that's why we are able to succeed against human body. Everybody, that little player, that piece in the branch, rally ran and were able to do it. So, my appeal is that everything they have said we aggregate, but let the NBA Ikeja not forget that is the salt of the heart of the NBA itself. So that people that the present leadership should go beyond Owambe. I'm sorry, I don't mean if I'm offending you. You are doing very well, but you can do much better because that is the tradition. We expect to do better than us because you have been climbing on the path of the soldiers of giants. Even Matthias was the only person in Lagos who followed the NBA directive that protest. I don't know what the protest was, but you led us to Alao Aka, all the other fine boy German, fine boy, particularly that Lagos. That Lagos is a problem. It's a problem. Big for something. I'm sorry, but this is.
So you need to round up now so that we can take more comments.
They are about twice our size. They are the biggest branch. They have the money. They have the crowd, but they are not interested in social activism and redistribution of wealth and better music. And we came out from there. And we must not lose that. It's not for individuals. I'm telling you, you yourself know that you can't go out early in the morning or late in the evening and your fine cash will break down. Even for your fine shoe, you can be killed. Our people are extremely poor and wretched, and we must feel for them out of enlightened self-interest. Not because we are even to, can you imagine now, you are making 70 years. All the other 67 will say, how many years do they have? 70, we 60, from 65 before to 70. And what I think that they are really good judges. If 90 of them are really good, they won't be happy. I can mention Latifa to Kunu. That's a very good job. You know, you may not like, but as a judge, that's very good. There are people that have gone there, are people that have gone JCA now. That's a very fine judge. Don't even give judgment against fellow judges in a land matter which government are allocated to them. So, gentlemen, for those of us who are here, we want to lead MBA Ikeja after Alao, be thinking of the history and the legacy of the branch to help this country. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ogunlano. Thank you so much. Please, we'll take one more comments, and these comments, okay, no more comments. Just, okay, we'll do that in another session. Thank you so much. So we'll come to the end of this particular session. Mr. Chairman, sir, you have anything to say? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I don't have much to say than to thank the learned Prof who flew in from America. Prof, thank you very much, sir. He's a friend of the MBA Ikeja branch. Whenever we call on him, he obliges us. Thank you very much, sir. And my boy is not here. He's granting interview somewhere in my office there. And Mr. GT, we're going to leave. And we want to thank you all for being part of this session. The next session is coming up almost immediately, sir. 2:30. So we enjoy you to stay back, relax, and our dinner is also tomorrow at Citadel at Oregon by 4 p.m. 4 is for 4. Is dinner. We don't want to eat breakfast, so we plead with you that you come early. The learners advocate. Are you ready? Okay, we'll just give you 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the chairman of the National Welfare Committee, High Chief also Emeka Ozoani, for giving me this opportunity. I wasn't very unprepared. Well, so much has been said about the current administration of the Nigerian Bar Association as it affects its responses to certain social issues. But what we intend to do here today as a National Welfare Committee is to present to you people, members of the Ikeja branch of the NBA, what the National Welfare Committee is doing as regards the welfare of Nigerian lawyers. While certain things may not be going the way we want, what the Welfare Committee is doing is very positive. If you permit me, may I ask that the sound organizers please play a short clip of what the NBA National Welfare Committee has been doing in the last 2 years. But as a background to that clip, please note that in the last 2 years, about 69 lawyers have died. So many of them due to avoidable illnesses that would have been managed better. Courtesy of the initiative of the National Welfare Committee, we now have a national health insurance policy for Nigerian lawyers and members of their families. I can tell you also that as at today, 3,000 Nigerian lawyers benefit from that program free of charge, courtesy of NBA National. In the clip you are about to watch, you would see examples of some of our colleagues who have benefited, men and women. Many women, as at the last count, 36 lawyers, female lawyers last year, gave birth through cesarean sections free of charge, courtesy of this health insurance.
I can tell you also for a fact that another of our colleagues had a bilateral hip replacement that was done in a hospital in Abuja called Cedar Crest. The bill was about 26 million naira. Courtesy of the Nigerian Bar Association, some of that money was paid, and the NBA also gave its credit for our colleague to be allowed to go home, and an undertaking was written for the payment. I am pleased again to announce that the Nigerian Bar Association under Olumide Akpata introduced what we know as the NBA Health Fund. This NBA Health Fund was put together to care for the needs of critically ill lawyers which the health insurance policy would be unable to care for. I am pleased again to announce that a member of this branch gave the seed capital for that NBA Health Fund to kick off. Thank you, Chief Emeka Ozwani, for the 5 million naira given to the Health Fund. I am pleased again to announce that a member of this branch, Chief Emeka Ozwani, is also leading the call to raise 500 million naira in the next 6 months to ensure we attend to our colleagues. Many of you may not know it, but last year, a lawyer was put in a wheelbarrow, taken to a market in the east because she was critically ill. The parents could not afford it. The branch did nothing. The following day, after she went to the market and the mother was ringing bells, the lawyer died. And so, shortly, the NBA Welfare Committee will come to you to appeal to you to give your widows mite. Please, we are healthy today. We do not know what will happen to us tomorrow. So many of our colleagues around the country are going through lots of crises. Lawyers are collapsing in court. There is a lawyer in Rivers State who collapsed at the High Court, and today he can no longer walk. He needs specialist attention. And the NBA National Welfare Committee under Chief Emeka Ozwani is currently looking at what we can do for that lawyer. How much does he need to receive specialist care? 800,000 naira. We have turned into a laughing stock of other professions in this country. We may not be getting everything right, but the Welfare Committee is going through day and night to see how we can respond to the needs of our lawyers. So the video you're about to watch would give you at least a bright light amidst the dark tunnel that we currently face. Please watch.
The Nigerian Bar Association National Welfare Committee is a standing committee created by the NBA Constitution. Over the years, the committee has been diligent and made conscious efforts in rolling out policies and programs which have been beneficial to lawyers. Part of such is the NBA NHIA health insurance scheme, which enables lawyers to have access to affordable healthcare services and also allows them to have families, friends, associates, and even communities registered under their coverage at a premium rate of 50,000 naira per subscriber annually. The Welfare Committee is ably led by Chief Emeka Ozani SAN. He was the former alternate chairman under the Yakubu Chinoko Mekiao OON SAN led Welfare Committee, and has indeed rekindled hope of Nigerian lawyers with his will to prioritize the health of Nigerian lawyers, as he believes that health is wealth. With the initial registration of 1,000 beneficiaries registered during the previous administration, renewed by the NBA President YC Mekiao OON SAN, our indefatigable president, the #1 welfare officer, has also fulfilled his commitment to enroll an additional 1,000 legal practitioners under the National Health Insurance Give Shape program. Today, we have about 3,000 enrollees, lawyers, under the health insurance scheme, who are currently enjoying affordable healthcare services with positive testimonies. Here are some of the things lawyers under the scheme have to say.
I enrolled under the NBA NHIS program, and it's been awesome since then. I was able to give birth to my 2-year-old at Limi Hospital in 2021, and the service was premium actually, and I do not regret it at all. I would like to encourage mostly female lawyers within the childbearing age to enroll into this program, and also elderly lawyers amongst us, because they will be needing healthcare at one point or the other. I can definitely assure you that it's working, and I'm a beneficiary, So A huge thank you to our dear President YC Mikel for this particular initiative. It is highly commendable, and also a very big thank you to the Chairman of the Welfare Committee in the person of Emeka Ozani, SAN. Thank you very much.
My husband is a lawyer, and because I'm married to a lawyer, I've been able to benefit from the NBA NHIA health insurance scheme. With this platform, we've been able to access all our healthcare needs at zero cost.
As a beneficiary, I had a personal experience. I and my wife, recently, sometimes around the month of May, we had accessed a health facility. My wife had accessed the facility for the purpose of antenatal, while I accessed for the purpose of some medical illness. And at the end of the day, we were able to access the health facility without paying a dime. And my wife also was admitted that same day. And despite the admission that lasted for almost throughout the day, we did not pay any amount of money except the amount as to drug, which we pay 10%. And looking at it was a great relief on me that day, because everything came all of a sudden. Health challenges could just come all of a sudden. So that is why I am advising my colleagues as lawyers not to joke with this scheme. And it's just 15,000 naira for me and 50,000 naira for my wife. And you can even also subscribe on behalf of your dependents. So this is very, very good.
Under the leadership of YC Mikel, OON-SAN, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, and the Chairman of the Welfare Committee, Chief Emeka Ozwani, SAN, the health of lawyers is of utmost priority. And that's why the NHIS health insurance scheme for lawyers is very, very unique and very, very important. With just 15,000 naira, lawyers can access critical and good healthcare at very affordable rates and affordable charges around the country. We've had over 3,000 lawyers onboarded in this scheme. We've had over 200 lawyers who have accessed critical and affordable healthcare under this scheme. And I will tell you guys, with just 15,000 naira, lawyers can access both primary, secondary, and tertiary level of healthcare in Nigeria.
In view of the terms of reference set for the Welfare Committee to raise funds for the NBA Health Fund, the chairman of the Welfare Committee, Chief Emeka Ozani, SAN, has set the tone for this health fund by donating the sum of 5 million naira. He urges public-spirited members to join in growing the health fund. This, he believes, will assist lawyers who are faced with critical health challenges that cannot be addressed by the NBA NHIA health insurance coverage. Stay safe, stay healthy. Your welfare is our priority.
Or during the intermission, this form is going to be given to all lawyers here who are willing to accept one. Please fill the form, pay the sum of 15,000 naira, attach the evidence of payment, and hand over to your branch chairman, who would scan it and send it to Abuja. This branch is so fortunate to have 2 members of Ikeja branch in the 3 members in the National Welfare Committee. That is testimony of the fact that the president understands the importance of this branch and how you people have stabilized the profession in this country. May I add also that for the first time during the annual general conference of the Nigerian Bar Association, lawyers who need surgical intervention will have their surgical interventions done free of charge. That again is another initiative of the Yakubu Chonoko Mikel administration. Please, if you know lawyers who would need this intervention, kindly send their names to the branch chairman so that the doctors who are going to attend to them would know in advance and have the medical history of what they need for that intervention. We thank you again. because we have visited at least 15 branches, and this is the first time that a branch is affording us up to 3 minutes to talk to them about the health of lawyers. Thank you, Ikeja branch. We visited a branch in Abuja, and after flying down to Abuja to talk about this issue, the branch chairman told me that we have just 2 minutes to talk about it. And I said to the branch chairman, you have spent hours talking about the rule of law that every lawyer knows, but you do not want the lawyers to know how they can stay healthy. And so I merely told them, thank you for inviting us, and I left the podium. Thank you very much. Please, 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 please try and obtain this form. And please, let us not have a situation where you will use your very old photograph, because you may go to the hospital and they will turn you back. The NHIS requires embassy-approved passport photographs for the forms. And please, there is a list of accredited hospitals. One experience we had the last time was that some lawyers at the stage where they say primary care facility were writing Chicken Republic on the forms. It was a big embarrassment at the NHIS, because when it was noticed, it made news in Abuja. I beg you in the name of God, please, when you are filling, some lawyers also fill diagnostic centers under primary health care provider. Please go through the list of approved hospitals. It is also strongly suggested that when you are filling this form, choose a hospital that at least offers both secondary and tertiary care, to avoid a situation where you go to access primary care and what you find is that you may require secondary care. You will now have to call Abuja for a referral. So please choose hospitals that offer at the minimum secondary care. It is happifying to note that last year, 3 lawyers who had cancer were able to access chemotherapy treatment without paying 1 kobo. 3 lawyers who had cancer was able to access that. For those who know about chemotherapy, the cheapest session, 1 session you will have is 700,000 naira. Courtesy of the Nigerian Bar Association, those lawyers are alive today. The Nigerian Bar Association is not perfect, but the Welfare Committee is doing all it can do to ensure that lawyers stay alive, lawyers stay healthy. Please continue to embrace these initiatives and let us do our best to stay alive and stay healthy in these difficult times. Thank you very much. Yes.
Well, yes, I have the authority of the chairman to close this session, but as little as I am, I'm not sure I have the power to ask somebody like Professor Kivi to exit from the high table. Yes. So, I wish to thank everyone once again. Everybody, all the guest speakers. I wish to thank the participants who are here. There is still a second session. There is still going to be a second session. But in the interim, we will have a group photographs up here. Like the chairman said, the law week continues tomorrow. It's ending tomorrow with a wonderful dinner. And as the chairman of the dinner committee, I can assure you that you are going to have a very, very great time. Thank you so much.
what? Are you not too far? You are not too far back? Okay. Thank you. I remember, sir.
birthday. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we are about to commence the afternoon session. May I kindly request our learned friends seated at the back to please come forward. Please come forward and fill up the spaces in front of us. Thank you. Gentlemen, please settle down. We are about to commence the afternoon session. Our guest speakers are here. Please settle down, and those sitting at the back should kindly come forward. Please come forward, those sitting at the back. The title of this second session is Wellness Agenda, the Physical and Mental Health of the Nigerian Lawyer, What You Must Know and Do. And it is to be handled by Usman Imana. Usman Imana is one of our speakers today, and he's the Managing Director and CEO of Friska Farms Limited. He holds a BSc in Biochemistry from the Lagos State University and a certificate in Disruptive Strategy from Harvard Business School. He is an experienced corporate communication professional, an entrepreneur, a speaker, and brand consultant. Usman speaks passionately about agribusiness value chain, brand and perception management at various levels. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together as we make welcome Usman Imana. You're welcome, sir. Please, may I for the last time request those sitting at the back to please come forward. We have a judge in our midst and he's going to issue an injunction now. If you don't come forward, costs will be awarded against you. Please come forward. Can I? Please come. I'll start calling us by names. I know all of you. I know your chambers. Please come forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Usman Imana. I run Friska Farms Limited. We are manufacturers of herbal supplements. I'm here to talk to you about health and wellness, alternative ways to attain health and wellness. And I come bearing gifts. I was going to give out gifts to about 5 people, but there's only one person sitting in front, so he's the only person that is going to get that gift. It's one of our products, Tea for Men. Isioma, please, can you hand him the pack? We're not joking here. So please move forward. I'm going to ask questions, and it's going to be interactive, and I'm going to share products. And I can assure you that if you see this product, you want to lay your hands on it, especially the men. Yes. Okay. So once again, my name is Usman Imana, and I'm here to talk to you about alternative health and wellness, right? I am not a doctor. The closest I am to being to talking about health and wellness is being a herbalist. But fear not, I have a biochemistry degree to back my trade. So what is alternative medicine. Alternative medicine is to medicine what I would say alternative dispute resolution is to lawyers. When jungle mature, you go leave court, go settle outside. So alternative medicine is that way. When you have tried, you will look for alternative sources to finding wellness. The truth is, alternative medicine is not mainly about curative. It's more of preventive. Because fact is that every drug that we are taking is present in food. The solution to most of our health problems that are natural can be found in food. It is only when we start to complicate matters with climate change and different things that are not natural. Because think about it, people that when man existed millions of years ago, there were no hospitals, but they survived and they thrived and they evolved, right? So there's something that has been working that we've deviated from. Alternative medicine looks at mainly non-communicable diseases. And the ones that I'm going to focus on today are lifestyle ailments. These are ailments that, they form more than 60% of what we suffer. And there are things that can be avoided and things that you can take care of without necessarily going to a hospital. I'm not saying that you should not go to a hospital, but there are reasons why you should listen to me, and I'm going to list them. First off, 88% of doctors in Nigeria japa. Fact. 88%, this is NY polls, 88% of doctors japa. So chances are that the hospital that you are going to, if you are being attended to by a quack, if you are not being attended to by a quack, you are definitely not being attended to by the best of the best. Because talent will always flow to where it is appreciated. So the doctors have jackpot. That's one. Then two is that in Nigeria, the doctor to patient ratio is 1 to 10,000. So even if you meet a doctor, if you watch American movies and UK movies, you see that doctors, nurses, they are very kind, they are very nice. But when you come to Nigeria, it's always as if they are angry. And they have every right to be, because WHO standard is 23 doctors to 10,000 patients. In the UK, you have 38.1 doctors to 10,000 patients. In America, you have 29 to 10,000 patients. In Nigeria, you have 1 to 10,000 patients. So the doctor is always overworked. I have an elder brother that is a doctor. I have two elder brothers that are doctors. One is practicing in Canada. The other one is practicing in Kano. The one that is practicing in Kano is always angry. He's a consultant. But if you ask him for medical advice, it's as if you are quarreling. It's as if you are in court. You are dragging the matter. But the one in Canada, you see the way he attends to you, because he's not as pressured as the Nigerian one. So doctor to patient ratio is very high. Then the third is what we are facing today. We are staring right in the face. What am I saying? We are not even staring. We've entered subsidy removal. So you know that everything is going to be expensive. So the cost of healthcare is going to be expensive, just as every other thing. But that's on one leg. On the second leg is that we are staring at the unification of the of dollar rates, meaning that the things that people used to get dollar for 440 or so naira from CBN to import, they can't get it anymore. And part of those things, apart from healthcare and school, there's also drugs. Importation of drugs used to be on that list that used to get subsidized dollars. Guess what? Those drugs are going to be brought in at 750 black market rate. So they're going to be more expensive. Now, looking at all these things, it's just to say that we are not at liberty to fall sick as we were in the past, because it's very expensive now. Right? Am I making sense? Please, if I'm making sense, just wave. Okay. I want it to be interactive, and I'm going to try as much as possible to not to be technical. The aim today is not to come and brag or throw terms that will make people feel that I'm intelligent. The aim is to communicate. You can't come and start bragging to learned people. It's a lost cause from inception. So I'm going to try to be as basic as possible. I will not use any technical term, and I'll use analogies that we can relate with, right? So we've established that falling sick or taking your health for granted is not the path to follow right now. It's not a wise thing to do. Now, how do we, so what to do? What's the next step, right? I'm looking at the room. I can see that, I can almost guess that a good number of the participants here are from their late 30s and above, right? Late 30s and above. And it is at that stage in our lives that we start to suffer from things called lifestyle diseases or lifestyle ailments. Those are the ones that I want to talk about. Before I go in, there are two types of diseases, right? There is non-communicable diseases and then communicable diseases. I'm not going to touch on communicable diseases because those are the ones that pass from person to person. We already know that you have to protect yourself from somebody that has those. But the ones that are, those are the communicable ones. The non-communicable ones that, you can, even without contacting somebody that has it, you can have them. Those are the ones that I'm going to focus on. And they are mainly lifestyle ailments, right? By lifestyle ailments, I mean that things that, ailments that happen because of our lifestyle changes. So aging, for instance, as you grow older, you are more susceptible to some ailments. Your eating habits, your exercise habits, right? Do you rest? Do you take enough water? Those things have a way of playing. The thing is, everything that you need to be all right as a human being is already within you. The way that, to have a good law practice depends on systems. Not necessarily that you have one intelligent lawyer. You need to have a system that works. It's the way God created the world. Created the world in systems. Human beings were made of systems. One of the systems that we have in our system is our immune system. I call it the defense system. So God has already put that hospital in you, right? The immune system is made of mainly the... Sorry, I want to be, like I said, I want to be as basic as possible so that nobody is even asking a question that what does this mean or what does this not mean. I'm going to use an analogy to explain what the immune system is. The bulk of the key parts that I'm going to talk about is the white blood cells in the immune system. Is your blood. It's part of the blood. They are the defense mechanism. What the immune system is to a human being is like what an army is to a country, your defense system, right? Now, when you have an army to defend you, when the enemies come, is one of two things. It's either they come with more sophisticated weapons than you can fight back, or they overpower you because your army is small, right? But the thing is, if you are able to understand the weapon that the enemy is coming with, you can prepare, your army can prepare a defense system that will protect you from that enemy. Or alternatively, you make sure that your army is so big that no enemy can come and overpower them. Am I making sense? So now your immune system, there are different parts of the immune system, but I'm just going to take the white blood cells because they are the soldiers. They have different ones. They have phagocytes. Okay, I'm not going to. They have the ones that act as infantry. They have the ones that act as scouts. Now, that immune system fights against any foreign body that comes into your system. For disease to come into your system, something has to enter to disrupt, right? Now, what happens is when I'm going to refer to a foreign substance as the enemy. when the enemy crosses into your system, your soldiers is one of two things. It's either they understand the weaponry that enemy has bought and they fight back, or they are strong enough to overpower that enemy. So during COVID, what happens is that defense system is weakened. Any disease that weakens that defense system is fatal. Two that I can tell you of is HIV and COVID. What it does is it breaks down that immune system. So you don't even have soldiers to fight. That's why you hear that people that die from COVID die from mainly underlying issues. People that have strong immune systems see that COVID through. The truth is, if you have a very strong immune system, even malaria, you can see it through, even without drugs. I'm not saying that you shouldn't take drugs, but with a strong immune system, you can withstand almost anything. But you see, the immune system that you were born with is the one that is with you till you grow old. And with nature, as you age, there's wear and tear. So at an older age, you need to boost your immune system. What happens when they vaccinate you against diseases is taking the enemy, a weakened enemy, and putting it into your system so that your body, your soldiers can learn the weaponry of that enemy. So a vaccine is a weakened strain of that disease that is introduced at a young age, so that your white blood cells can understand how it works, so that when the ailment comes, response is very fast, because it already understands it already understands the weapon that disease is bringing, so it can mobilize and end the attack. Am I going off the tangent? So that's why you can be vaccinated against different diseases. They're just introducing weakened strain of that disease so that your body already knows it, so that when it comes in the future, you are better prepared to defend yourself. So when it comes to alternative medicine, one top priority is making sure that your immune system is top-notch. And as much as possible, make sure that you are vaccinated against most of the deadly diseases. You'll be fine. Now, there are so many lifestyle ailments. So many, right? But the beauty of it is that most of them have their root causes to three key things. So I'm going to touch on those three key things. The first, and for you to be able to manage them, like I said, I'm trying to make this as very simple as possible. There are three numbers in this life that you must watch. These numbers are more important than your BVN, more important than your phone number, more important than your account number. You should monitor them like a hawk. The first is your blood pressure. The second is your blood sugar. Then the third is your body mass index. If you can manage these numbers to a healthy stage, chances are that 75% of the ailments that can affect you in old age, you will avoid. Three numbers: blood pressure. I'm not saying anything that nobody has heard here today. All I'm just doing is reorganizing all this information and passing it in a way that it is not technical or complicated. Are we together? Are we together? Okay. So those three numbers, you must make sure that you monitor them and make sure that they are within the range that they are supposed to be. For blood pressure, 120/80. These things are on the internet. You don't need to write anything. You can go on Google, say normal blood pressure level. 120/80, right? For blood sugar, at least below, so there are different stages of blood sugar. There's fasting blood sugar, there's, there are three others. But as much as possible, your blood sugar level should be below 100 milligram per deciliter. Then your body mass index should be below 30. Blood pressure and blood sugar, there are machines to check them. I'm sure that we have come across those machines. I don't think there's anybody here that will tell me that they don't know about the blood pressure. So there's nothing new that I'm seeing. But body mass index is calculated with your height and your weight, right? So it is your height, your weight divided by the square of your height. So if your weight is 100 and your height in meters, your height is 1.5. So it will be 100 divided by 1.5 times 1.5. If you get a number above 30, you should work on the variables. Now the thing is, most of us here are not growing any taller. What am I saying? All of us here are not growing any taller, right? So the only variable that you can tweak is your weight. So you have to make sure that you get your weight to a stage that your BMI is not above 30. The truth is, healthy BMI is between 18 and 25. Anything above 25, you are overweight. Anything above 30 is obesity. But if you can stay below obesity, you know, we'll be all right. Because, I mean, we have lawyers there. It's not as if we have bricklayers or footballers. So the kind of work that you do is sometimes sedentary. So putting on weight is not out of place. Not that it is good, but it's not out of place. Now, so if you can manage these numbers, right? If you can manage your blood pressure reading, things like high blood pressure, cardiac arrest and all, the chances are near zero. If you can manage your blood sugar level, a lot of diseases that could come from that from that reading will be eliminated. And if you can manage your weight, you would avoid a lot of ailments. And these things, you don't necessarily need drugs. It's just discipline. If you have the discipline to study through law school, to study law and then go to law school and pass the bar, then the discipline to live healthy is not out of character. It's just choice. It is not something that you cannot do. It's just bad choices that you are making. Are we together? If we are together, please just wave. If I'm trying, please clap for me. If somebody had told me that in this life that I will come to, that I will stand in front of lawyers and they will clap for me, I will say it's a lie. But thank you very much. So let's move on. Now, how do you? I'm going to go to the touch on the big elephant in the room, and I'm going to give you tips on how to manage. I know that the one that everybody is talking about is weight, right? You don't need to tell me, I know. Now, being overweight, apart from about 7 ailments, I don't have them off the top of my head, but some of them are maybe you're taking medication that has steroids, or you have hyperthyroidism, PCOS. There are some ailments that you have that you're pregnant, that being overweight is normal. There's nothing you can do about it. But aside from those ailments, the basic causes of being overweight is calorie imbalance, meaning that you are eating more than you are burning out. It's like a bank account. If you deposit more than you withdraw, you have a fat account. If you withdraw more, you have a lean account. But in this case, you want to have a healthy weight. So it's a balance of what you take in and what you give out. We all know that to lose weight, you need to watch what you eat, you need to exercise. There are a lot of things, right? But some people will tell you that I'm always hungry, cravings, I'm always having cravings, I always want, if I don't eat, I'll be. The truth is that their body is always asking for food. It's a lie. The body, like I said, is built on systems, and those systems work with triggers, right? Your body doesn't necessarily need food. Your body needs nutrients. Your body needs the nutrients inside food. Now, when that nutrient is lacking, that is when the body sends a signal that comes as hunger. Do we agree up to this stage? Right? What your body needs is the nutrients inside the food. And when the nutrients is not enough in the body, it sends a trigger that is manifests as hunger. Now, when you now eat, and if what you are eating does not have the nutrients, you will continue to binge. That is why you see people that say that they are craving. Have you ever seen somebody that's eating salad and everything and say it's peckish? No, people that are peckish, they are eating chocolate, they are eating junk. And the junk food industry, because they are out to make money, they make their products not to be nutritious. That's why processed food and fast food is not, because if it's nutritious, you will not keep buying. You buy one and you are okay. But they do it in such a way that you think that you are full, but you will still be hungry because the nutrients are not balanced. Try taking a balanced diet and see if you are going to be peckish. So, like I said, your body is only asking for nutrients, but you are giving it food that doesn't have the nutrients. That is why you keep eating and you're peckish and you're peckish, and before you know anything, you know, you are like 3 times your size. And you say, no, it's just that I'm always hungry, I'm always hungry. No, it's because you are not eating the right foods. So how do you lose weight sustainably? Right? So there are 3 things, right? The first is try as much as possible. If you are overweight and you want to lose weight sustainably without too much stress. By stress, I mean all those other things, but discipline is required. If you see discipline as stress, then it's stress, right? Try intermittent fasting. So intermittent fasting means that within a 24-hour window, you are only eating for 6 hours. So what that means, before you just calm down. People want to kill me with their eyes. Okay, so what that means is that maybe your first meal of the day is 10 a.m. in the morning. Then your last meal of the day is 5 p.m. in the evening. You are not eating anything again. Even if you are going to take anything, maybe you take tea or water-based fruits like cucumber, garden egg, watermelon. If you are going to take anything outside those 6 hours, that's what you take. But you see, between 10 and 5 p.m., you have all the, if you want to use swallow to kill yourself, do it that period. But outside that period, you stop. That's one. Then 2, the second one is portion control. Now, within that 6 hours, when you eat, right, mentally divide your stomach into 3. 1 part for food, 1 part for water, 1 part for air. If you don't finish all that food in your plate, you will not die. So when you eat in such a way that you can still button your shirt and you can still stand up. Don't eat like when you eat, it's like a python that swallowed a goat. You'll be there, you can't move for a very long time because you have eaten. So you don't live to eat, you eat to live. So even if you have plenty food that you want to eat the one that you can eat and still be comfortable, be able to breathe. You know, don't suffocate yourself with food. Allow yourself to breathe. Now you can eat and stop, go back. When that one has gone down, you can go and continue the food. Like I said, if you don't finish that food in the plate, you will not die. Then another way to trick yourself is to reduce the size of the plate that you eat with, because it's a psychological thing. Some people are coming from very, very humble, hungry backgrounds that once they see food, the food must finish, right? So you reduce the size of your plate so that what you are taking in will be less, right? Then the third one is plate control, right? So if you have a plate of food, you make sure that 50% of that plate is vegetables, 20% is carbohydrates, 30% protein. So if you are going to eat okele, for instance, so because some people will say if you are there, you should not eat this, you can eat what you want. It's just control. By rule of thumb, the swallow that you should eat for one meal should not be bigger than your fist. And caveat, this is not for people with very big hands. So if your fist like this, the swallow shouldn't be big. So on your plate, the soup should be more than the swallow. Right? Some people want to eat eba. You see 100 wraps there as if they want to commit suicide. No. You can eat eba, but let the eba be little. Let the soup and the vegetable be more, and then your protein also be there. So that way you can enjoy every meal, but you are enjoying it in moderation. Right? So those are the three ways that you can gradually. Then you, of course, you have to be active. Right? You can't just do all that and from morning to night you are lying down. because what we are doing now is to make sure that what you are taking in is not too much, but you also have to burn it. So if you have an app, if you can walk 10,000 steps 3 times a week, it's not as difficult as you think. The steps that I'm talking about, all your daily walk, but just make sure that at least 3 times a week you complete that 10,000 and you follow these rules. You will see that gradually, sustainably, you will lose weight. Right? Mr. Please bring 2 more. No, tea for men for them that have come to sit down. There's 2 people in front. So I've talked about how to lose weight, because weight is the main thing. Now, there are some habits. I know that this one is not what I'm going to say. Because I'm holding the mic, some people will not be able to say anything. But inside their mind, they are telling me that I'm just talking my own. Right? The first one is alcohol. See, let me tell you something. And I know that, people want to have their alcohol and all. But I'm going to explain something. I said something about the body, the human beings being made up of systems. I talked about the defense system. There's also an excretory system, right? Excretory or detox system. What that system does is everything that comes into your body, it will break it down, take the parts that it needs, and flush out what it doesn't need. Right? I told you that your body doesn't need food, it needs the nutrients in food. So that system is what breaks down, that system in conjunction with the digestive system is what breaks down the food, extracts what it needs, and then processes the one that it doesn't need, packages it in form of excreta and urine, and pushes it out of the body. Now, when you take alcohol, let me start with even drugs. When you take drugs, you notice that when you are on medication, heavy medication, when you urinate, do you notice that they smell? Yeah, because that drug that you are taking is a foreign substance. Your system is going to break it down, take the components that it needs, then we'll send it to your liver and your kidney that will process it and push it out. So that's why you see that strong smell of urine. A strong smell when you're on drugs, your urine has a very, very strong smell. Now, like I said, every foreign substance, every overtly processed substance has to be broken down by the liver and the kidney. Alcohol is one of them. That's why when you drink a lot, you see you urinate a lot, because the body has to, the liver and the kidney, they have to break down that alcohol and flush it out, because it's not naturally occurring. Now, you have a system that does that, but you see, the thing is, the same liver and kidney that you had as a baby is the same that will follow you till old age. Common sense is that when you've had something for up to 40 years, wear and tear. So the older we get, the less pressure that we should put on those. And remember that when you are younger, you are more active, right? I have a friend that is a member of this chamber that I remember that in 2007, I don't want to mention his name because he's a big man now. 2007, 2008, from Thursday night, he has started clubbing. You see him at Sway Bar. He's dancing till, but now he doesn't do that anymore. Remember that when you are active like that, you are exercising, you are breaking down. But right now, you are more sedentary. And then those organs that should do the work have grown old. They are not as sharp as they were when you were younger. So this is actually the time that you shouldn't put pressure on them. The truth is, as you grow older, and this is an opinion, right? So that people don't misconstrue what I'm saying. But as you grow older, it is more advisable to go herbal than orthodox drugs, from my own point of view, based on what I've explained to you. This is not to say that you should not take any drugs, that medication that your doctor has put you on. But if you have a way of preventing yourself from getting to where you will be on heavy drugs at an older age, please do. Because they put pressure on your liver and kidney when they have to break them down and flush out. So, taking alcohol, you need to find a way to manage it. I'm not going to tell you that you must stop or anything, but it does you more harm than good. Smoking is another thing. Smoking is also equally dangerous. I don't want to go into the science behind it, but I mean, it's bad. I don't think that there's any way to even justify it. It's bad. You need to try as much as possible to minimize or stop. One that is very common to us here is stress. In fact, the way the country is growing, the pressure is getting worse and worse, right? I don't know how you're going to do it, but you need to find healthy ways to distress. There must be something that will be able to help you get your mind out of the things that are making you stressed. The truth is, and I don't mean to sound blunt, but if you die today, the world will go on. People will just cry. They will eat akara, eat rice, and they move on. And if you've not even done something that is worth remembering, people forget you. So you need to find a way to unplug and distress. Healthy ways. So I'm not saying that, some people say they have to take weed or heroin. No, that's not what I'm talking about. You need to find healthy ways to distress. You need to try to sleep properly. Have enough sleep. Some people will say, oh, for a very long time I've been sleeping for only 3 hours a day. One day, one knot will go loose. One day. If you continue like that, one day something will give. You have to have enough sleep. Right? Then you need to stay hydrated. Make sure you drink water. Not too much water, but have enough water. Like between 1.5 liters to 4 liters a day. Make sure that you always take water. And try to be happy. Just try to be happy. Surround yourself with positive people. Dissociate yourself from people that are always bringing you down or making you feel bad. That's for your mental health. Very, very important. Okay? Isioma, please bring tea for women for her. We need to reward the behavior that we want to be seen. Thank you. I was wondering when a woman is... Tea for women. Right. So, you need to find a way. You need to dissociate yourself from people that are always... If you can. If there are people that you work with and all and you don't have a choice, understandable. You need to find coping mechanisms. But you need to dissociate yourself from people that are always bringing you down or making you feel bad. Because it has very huge impact on your mental health. I think that I'm going to stop here. I think I've spoken. So if you have any questions, maybe I'll just use 5 minutes to talk about, so that because I know that I don't think that I'm going to be paid for this. So let me just use the opportunity to sell myself, right? So like I said, my name is Usman Imana. The name of my company is Friska Farms Limited. We have a factory at Ibejuleki. We have a farm in Edo State. We manufacture. We have a line of herbal teas. We have the one for blood pressure. We have for diabetes. We have for weight loss. We have for wellness. We have the tea for men, which covers prostate and male sexual performance. We have the tea for women that covers ovarian cysts, fibroids, and the likes. And then we have a lemon and ginger and a cinnamon and hibiscus tea. You can find our tea in ShopRite, Health Plus, Med Plus, Ebano, most of the retail outlets out there. We also produce the most affordable and nutritious baby food in Nigeria. It's also in ShopRite. If you go to ShopRite and look for the most affordable baby cereal, it's Friska baby cereal. And by the grace of God, we are going to start producing our line of healthy snacks, like cheese balls. So hopefully next week it will be in the market. Also, Friska is healthy and it's not the one that you have to eat 100 and you will not be satisfied. When you eat one and you drink water, you'll be satisfied. You can follow me, you can follow our handle on social media at Friska Life on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Every week I do a video that I talk about different health ailments. So you'll be richly blessed if you, especially if you follow me on YouTube. There's so many videos that talk about blood pressure, diabetes, short videos that, you know, will give you tips on how you can manage yourself. I mean, you can, lifestyle changes that you can make that can help you manage yourself so that you are not at the mercy of these ailments. So Friska Life is Friska, but you have the pack, is on the pack there. So I think we have enough products to actually share for everybody, but please make sure that they also get, again, this is extra for them. So we have enough products to go around for everybody. Please give him the cinnamon and give him one tea for men. So we're going to share the products for everybody here, and you'll be able to see our social media handles on them and contacts that you can reach us on. Thank you very, very much, and God bless you richly.
Together for Mr. Usman Umana. Yes, I can confirm that I have watched some of his videos and very impressive, and you have a lot to learn from them. So Mr. Umana, we thank you so much, and thank you for the gifts. And we know that many more of our members will find your gifts very useful and beneficial, and we patronize you. Thank you for coming. We're grateful. Yes, we have a second speaker who will come on. It's going to be a virtual presentation. Reverend Tony Akinyemi. Extreme, are you ready? So please bring him on.
Am I on?
Yes. Okay. Reverend Tony Akinyemi is the senior pastor of Shepherd Flock International Church, but is also a health consultant. I have had extensive interaction with him over the years, and I know that listening to him is always very rewarding. Reverend Akinyemi, good afternoon. You are welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I can be heard very clearly. I want to be sure of that before I proceed.
Yes, sir, you can.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the first speaker for that excellent job. Thank you very much. So he has made my job a lot easier. So I will be skipping over some of the things that I have prepared in my slide because he has already covered them. Let me make some remarks before I proceed. First and foremost is the fact that my slide is pretty very long, so I will be flying. So I want you to please be laser focused. Number two is that I will repeat myself a number of times because repetition helps to register the point. And number three is that my slides are very wordy. That is W-O-R-D-Y, a lot of text in there, because I know that one or two people may want to share the slide thereafter so that it can make sense to them. All right. Now let me begin by introducing myself. I'm Tony Akinyemi. I am not a doctor. I am a nutritionist and a pastor. But I am certified, board certified by the American Association of Drugless Practitioners. Then I want to appreciate you for inviting me. And I also want to apologize that I am not physically on ground. I'm presenting from Canada. Thank you for accepting that option. What we must know, what we must do about our physical health and our mental health. That's what we're looking at. Let's start with the first part, what we must know. Now, some statistics say that in the USA, lawyers have a higher rate of disease than the average population. The reason, we don't know. Then lawyers in the USA are also said to to be more likely to commit suicide than other professionals because they are under extreme stress all the time. I don't have statistics for Nigeria. That's why I'm using the United States statistics. And then lawyers are also more prone to addiction. And lawyers tend to gain more weight than other professionals due to the stress of practicing law. And that's why physical health and mental health become very important. Now, Kevin Gianni said most people work hard and spend their health trying to achieve wealth. Then they retire and spend their wealth trying to get back their health. That's why the topic today is very apt. How do we create wealth while maintaining health? Things we need to know and things we need to do. Because if disease strikes, life becomes miserable. A number of things will follow. Appetite will fail, interest in legitimate, pleasurable things will wane, fatigue becomes continual, ambition and enthusiasm will die, a lot of money is wasted on medical bills, precious time is lost off work, productivity level will drop, family and friends become worried and stressed, if not distressed. Some even lose their jobs on account of illness. Some retire too early on account of ill health. Sometimes our faith in God is even tested and shaken, and many people fail during that period. Now, so what is health? What is wellness? The WHO helps us with a definition. That health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. One may not be diabetic, one may not be hypertensive, one may not have arthritis, one may not have heart disease, but if one is not able to lead a socially and economically productive life, that person is not well. We as human beings, we are three in one. We are tripartite. We have spirits, we have souls, we have bodies. And for us to enjoy robust health physically and mentally, we must cater for the three dimensions of our being. And the first dimension of our being is the human spirit. The human spirit. And the human spirit needs a vital connection with his or her maker in order to have a very robust source of strength. Life is stressful. Life is challenging. Life could be difficult, particularly those of us living in Nigeria at this time. Anyone disconnected from his source, we have to travel alone, and that's not easy. Any living thing that disconnects from its source will wither and ultimately die. If a fish is out of water, the fish will ultimately die. If a plant is uprooted, the plant will wither and die. So any human being, because we are also spirit beings, if we disconnect from our maker, it's a matter of time. I will leave that dimension alone and move on to the human soul, which is the second dimension. We have three components in the soulical realm: our intellect, our will, and our emotions. I'll be dwelling more on our emotions because that's where mental health really resides. Now, we have negative emotions, we have positive emotions. Part of the negative emotions we have hatred, animosity, resentment, malice, bitterness, unforgiveness, envy, and what have you. Those are negative emotions that can impact on our well-being and our wellness. And somebody says, and I cannot agree more, that unforgiveness is the poison you drink expecting your enemy to die. When there are people you are holding grudges against, you are bitter against them, you are resentful towards them, you are unforgiving towards them, you are simply drinking a poison and you're expecting that other person to die. It doesn't work like that. Unforgiveness and negative emotions destroy us. They don't destroy our enemies, they destroy us. And that's why we must purge our mind completely of these negative emotions. There are positive emotions that strengthen our health, such as love, empathy, sympathy, joy, happiness, and what have you. Of course, there are certain emotions that can be both negative and positive. For example, anger. Anger can be positive and anger can be negative. If you are angry against somebody to the point that you want to harm that person, you want to hurt that person, that's a negative emotion. But if you are angry at injustice, that is a positive emotion. So we need to know how to deploy these emotions. Now, the third dimension is the human body. The human body. And this is where most of the time some of the derangements manifest. And in the human body, we have our anatomy, which is our physical structure from head to toe, our physiology, how processes and systems work within our body, our biochemistry, how different chemical things take place inside our body, and so on. Now, for us to maintain robust physical health and mental health, we need to understand our body and cooperate with our body. What do I mean by understanding our body? There are a number of things we need to know. What our body is made up of, how our body works, all of those things we need to understand them because they will help us in cooperating with the body. First of all, we must understand that our body is the resident permit that we have on earth. Once we destroy this body, we have to exit from the earth. Two, we must understand that we can only carry out our life's vocation and fulfill our dreams if we still have our body intact. The moment we lose this body, we are dead. We can't pursue our dreams anymore. Number three, we must understand that this body we have could be very vengeful. What do I mean by that? If you treat your body well, your body will reward you with good health and longevity. Your body can live to serve you for up to 120 years if you treat it well. However, if you maltreat your body will revenge with poor health and a shorter health span and lifespan. So understand that in your body. Understand also that even though this body we have has a high capacity for adaptation. Now, I am in Canada right now. I don't like cold weather at all. So most of the time, I try not to travel to Europe or America during winter because I don't like cold. But you see, if I were to live in this part of the world for a year or two, my body will adapt. The human body has a high capacity for adaptation. We can always adapt to changes in the environment, changes in circumstances, changes in situations. We have a high capacity for adaptation. That's what I mean. Yet, we must also understand that even though we can adapt, yet the body has an elastic limit. You can only push your body to a certain point. If you push it beyond that point, you reach what we call the breaking point. And once you push your body to the breaking point, there will be consequences. We must all understand that. We must also understand that we are mortal beings. We have the capacity to die. Many people tend to forget that our bodies are subject to degeneration and mortality. So they treat the body as if this body cannot die. I see many Okada riders in Lagos, the way they ride is as if they have a spare life at home. That if this one should crack, they will just go and pick the next life at home. Our bodies can die. We must bear that in mind as we prosecute life. We must also understand that our bodies speak to us from time to time. You must learn, therefore, to decode the language of your body. When you have a headache, that is your body speaking to you. When you feel pain in any part of your body, that's your body speaking to you, telling you, trying to communicate something to you. Many people don't understand the language that the body speaks to them. So when they have a slight headache, maybe the body is saying you are too stressed, you need more sleep. Go and take a break and take a nap. But rather than decode that sign properly, we go and buy paracetamol, we buy Fensic. Sometimes you have that headache because your body is saying, I'm thirsty, I'm dehydrated. But because you cannot decode what your body is asking for, you give it the wrong thing. You give it paracetamol. All right, so we must also understand that our bodies are like machines or engines. They thrive and they work better on the right fuel. The first speaker emphasized that a lot. Your body needs nutrition, nutrients. And that's how your body functions well. So if you put the wrong fuel into your body, you can knock the engine. You must also understand that your body is a wonder from God. It can self-repair and it can self-heal. If you do two things. Number one, stop abusing it. Stop insulting it. Stop assaulting your body. And number two, start nourishing and caring for your body. If you do those two things, your body will bounce back. It can self-repair. It can self-heal. You must also understand that your body is made up of cells, tissues, organs, and systems. The first speaker did a good job on that as well. Then understand that your body has a clock and a timetable that it works with. We have what we call the circadian clock. Your body knows when it is time to wake up and when it is time to go to sleep. And you must respect that clock, that cycle. If you disrupt it too many times, you create confusion for your body. Then there is also the DAR cycles, which I which is in one chapter of my book, How to Regain and Retain Your Health. Your body is constantly attempting to detoxify, to remove waste from your body. Again, the first speaker emphasized that a lot. Your kidneys, your liver, and various other systems in your body, they are trying to eliminate waste from your body. That's the detox cycle. Then when you eat, your body digests the food and assimilate the nutrient. That's the assimilation cycle. And then when you sleep at night, your body revives and rejuvenates. That's the rejuvenation cycle. These three things are always happening in your body. Cleansing is going on, assimilation is going on, rejuvenation when you sleep. You must know which time of the day your body is predominantly focusing on one of these three cycles. For example, rejuvenation takes place only when you sleep, not when you are awake. So during the night when you are supposed to sleep, if you refuse to sleep or get enough sleep, then you shorten the length of time needed for rejuvenation. You need 8 hours for rejuvenation. 8 hours. And so when you don't sleep enough, you are actually shortchanging your body. And because you know all of these things, wisdom demands, therefore, that you cooperate with your body to do its job very well. How do you cooperate with your body? It's all about, first of all, understanding your body, which is one of the things I have shared already, how your body works, and then understand your body's daily work schedule, and then your body's daily needs. And all you need to do is to align yourself to support your body rather than hinder it in doing its job. Then, when you understand the day cycles, you know when to eat and when not to eat. The first speaker mentioned intermittent fasting the other time. Okay, you eat during a window of time and then you refrain from eating for a number of hours to allow your body to focus on other things inside your body rather than distracting it all the time when you keep dropping things into your mouth all the time throughout the day. Cooperate with your body by scheduling your meal times, your work schedule, your lifestyle to support your body and your mind in order to regain health and retain health. Now, Dr. Hausa wrote a very powerful book many years ago. The title of the book is Diet Does It. And he said in that book that a subconscious belief still exists that at 40 we enter old age and we should expect aches and pains. People frequently accept abnormalities without doing anything to overcome them, with the simple expression, "It's my age." Such an attitude is foolish indeed, for abnormalities need not be accepted. The average length of life has been stretched tremendously until the years between 40 and 60 can be the prime of life, where our best work can be done. Innumerable studies and experiments have proved that correct nutrition can prevent most of the diseases that strike at middle age. So life begins at 40. Actually, I believe that 40 to 80 are the years when we should be doing our best work. But there are three things that can hinder that, what I call three extremes. Number one is when we passively neglect our body, then our body may not be able to function optimally between 40 and 80. Number two, when we actively abuse the body, again, we damage our health. And number three, when we over-pamper or indulge our body, that can also be counterproductive. Now, let's take them in turn. How do we passively neglect our bodies? We neglect our bodies passively when we indulge in poor hygiene, inadequate sleep, inadequate nourishment, infrequent or no medical checkups at all. If I ask you when last did you do your medical checkup, some people have not done it in 5 years. You are being passive. No treatment for non-medical conditions. Some people are hypertensive, they are diabetic, or they have one symptom or the other, but they are just not doing anything about it. That's being passive. Sedentary living, you are not intentional in your physical activity and exercising. That's being passive. That's how we passively neglect the body. And anybody that passively neglects his body will begin to decline in health. The second one is actively abusing the body with substances such as cocaine, heroin, tobacco, alcohol. I mean, the first speaker was very, very moderate in his assertion. But I am very extreme in my assertion when it comes to alcohol and tobacco. I don't say do it moderately. I say stop it. That's the best I can say. Stop it. I'm very, very extreme when it comes to my recommendation regarding these substances. Anyone indulging in them is simply actively abusing his body. That is the truth. Anything short of that is just being modest and being politically correct. Alcohol, tobacco, workaholism, stress, sleep deprivation, consumption of junk food, negative emotions. All of these things are actively abusing the body. And the third one is over-pampering the body or indulging the body with gluttony. Again, he mentioned portion control and plates, control and what have you. Those are strategies not to indulge in gluttony. Sweet tooth. People indulge in sugar, in soft drinks, anything that is extremely sweet. That's the only thing they eat. Sexual promiscuity, laziness, slothfulness, all of these things are over-pampering the body, over-indulging the body. The result is ill health at the end of the day. So, again, he mentioned some of the debilitating non-communicable diseases that, afflict us, particularly when we enter the second season of our lives. The first season of life is from birth till age 40. The second season of life is from age 40 to age 80. And the third season of life is from age 80 till the grave. Now, during the second season of life, between 40 and 80, that is when we should be doing our best works. That is when we have become doyens, we have become experienced, we have become specialists, we have become consultants, we have become professors, we have become senior advocates in your own line of work. That is when we should be doing our best work. That is when we should be earning our best income. But unfortunately, that is also the window of time in life when we become bedeviled with all of these conditions: diabetes, hypertension, arthritis, mental health problems, emotional problems, prostate enlargement, prostate inflammation, prostate cancer. Then the women, menopause, the men, andropause. And then all of us face what we call midlife crisis. Some people slip into addiction, during that window of life. And many things get completely derailed during that period. Okay? Now, there are things that normally lead to that derangement. And I summarize them with these 7 alphabets. I call them DATIs. I actually have a series of videos on YouTube where I treated all these 7 things very, very clearly. The first thing that contributes to that derangement during mid-age, second season of life, deficiencies. When you lack the nutrition that your body needs, you lack the nutrients that your body needs, those are deficiencies. You can be deficient in vitamins, in minerals, and various other nutritional factors, and that can lead to disease. Then abuses, I mentioned that tobacco, alcohol, hard drug, and what have you, that can lead to disease and dysfunction in the body. Then toxins, a lot of toxins in the environment, and a lot of toxins generated inside our body, metabolic waste and what have you, they can cause disease. Then injuries, gross injury, emotional injury, and repetitive stress injury. Now, this is particularly common to those who are in the bench rather than maybe in the bar, because you find judges in those days, they do longhand when they are writing. They write and write and write and write and write, taking notes during proceedings, and then they are also writing and writing and writing judgments. I've listened to judges delivering judgments, and they spend 2 hours reading out their judgments, and most of the time they write with their hand. That's why you find many people in such professions developing neck and shoulder problems, because they repeatedly stressed that part of their body. That's what we call repetitive stress injury. Okay? Now, infections and infestations can also lead to disease, stress, and sedentary living. These are 7 things that can contribute to those non-communicable diseases that we mentioned, except infection and infestation, which contributes to communicable diseases. Now, physical health issues arise from the following: poor diet, when we consume junk food, fast food, fried food; poor sitting posture. Many of us, the chairs that we sit on at home and in our offices, they do not support our back. They don't support our frame. So at the end of the day, we have back problems, we have knee problems, we have neck problems. We need to look for ergonomic chairs, highly recommended to protect our posture and our musculoskeletal system. Prolonged sitting is another problem. They say sitting is the new smoking. As bad as smoking is, it is now understood and known that prolonged sitting, some of us will sit down for 5 hours, we will not get up once. The recommendation is that you must never sit down for longer than 2 hours at a time. After 1 hour or 2 hours of sitting, you get up and stretch your leg and walk about for 5 minutes, then you come back and sit down. That's how to operate throughout the day. Sitting is the new smoking. Social isolation, poor social interaction contributes to poor health. Okay, sedentary living, no physical activity, no exercise, contributes to poor health. Inadequate sleep, insomnia, or workaholism. Some people don't sleep enough because they just can't sleep. They lie down in bed and they are rolling and rolling and rolling. Sleep will not come. That's insomnia. Some people don't sleep enough, not because they cannot sleep, but because they are workaholics. They have so many things on their plate and they just want to work around the clock. That is workaholism. Either way, it injures our health. The mental health issues arise from stress and burnout, arising from the demanding nature of legal work that often leads to long work hours, high stress levels, and burnout. There are relationship issues arising from marital problems and workplace relationship challenges, as well as substance abuse, a very wrong coping mechanism. You know, some people, when they are stressed, then they go and drink their sorrow away. They drink alcohol to drink their sorrow away. That's a very wrong coping mechanism. Some people smoke to distress. That's a very wrong coping mechanism. Those things are actually stress aggravators rather than stress, fitness, or relief mechanisms. Now, the reality is that Nigerian lawyers are faced with the daunting task of balancing a demanding legal career with their physical and mental well-being. Now, the legal profession is one of the most stressful occupations, we must admit, and that can lead to burnout very easily. It can lead to depression, anxiety disorders. Hence, it is crucial to cultivate a wellness agenda that can help maintain good physical and mental health. So what must we do? We already know a few things that we need to know. What must we do? This is the suggestion I have in front of you. The first thing is that you must cultivate your own health. I wrote a statement in my book, which I pasted here. Whereas many diseases are contagious, disappointingly, health is not contagious. Each person has to cultivate his or her own. You cannot get healthy because you are relating to a healthy person. You can get sick by relating to a sick person, particularly communicable diseases. If somebody has tuberculosis, or somebody has Ebola, or somebody has COVID, and you shake hands and you embrace and you relate closely with that person, you can catch the disease from the person. It's contagious. All right? Such communicable diseases are contagious. But good health, you can hug somebody who is healthy. You can sleep on the same bed with your spouse who is very healthy. You are not going to contract health from that person. You have to cultivate your own. Okay? Because there are factors that cause disease, and some of them, thankfully, are very, very modifiable. Between 70% and 90% of the factors that precipitate disease are modifiable factors. In other words, they are things that we all can do something about. And I will be irresponsible, naive, careless, reckless, carefree if I do not modify what is within my power to modify. We must all be willing to commit to action. And so that's why I want to offer some suggestions. I call them wellness tips in order for us to have mental health and physical health. The first one is that we must be intentional. Don't leave things to chance. Don't just take life as it comes. Have an intentional program for your health. Number 2, practice self-care, regular exercise, proper hydration, drink enough water, proper nutrition, eat right, stress management. Sometimes you need to go for massage therapy, aromatherapy, probably need to install a sauna at home so you can give yourself some pampering in this area, self-care, at home. You can have a far infrared sauna at home, for example, and then be calm. Godliness and contentment, the Bible says, is great gain. I always tell people, don't run the rat race, because even if you win, you are still a rat. Only now you are a champion rat. Don't run the rat race. Then understand work-life balance. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Number 3, my suggestion is to upgrade and modernize your practice. Computerize and automate your practice so that you can reduce the stress of manual work. Then introduce hybrid and flexible work arrangement. You can do some remote work and in-person work. I mean, all over the world now, most people work from home, or they go to work 3 days a week, they work from home 2 days a week, which will allow that flexibility. It's part of distressing. At least for 2 days a week when you work from home, you are not going through the Lagos traffic. You are at home, you are relaxed. All the rage on the road, at least you are spared all of those things. All right, all the traffic jams and all the delays, 4 hours on the road, all of that is out of the way. That's having a hybrid and flexible work arrangement in all our chambers, in all our offices. It's something we can sit down and plan and work out. Then we should learn to delegate and supervise. Some of us cannot delegate to our subordinates because we believe they won't do a good job. We always want to do an excellent job. Of course, we have to learn how to delegate and then supervise. Of course, they say that people don't do what you expect, but they do what you inspect. Once you supervise, your subordinates can do an excellent job. And by the time you allow them to make mistakes and you correct them over and over and over, they sharpen their cutting edge. They become better and better, and then they are able to relieve you of more workload. Number 3 is for you to be proactive. Conduct your annual comprehensive medical checkups. Don't procrastinate. Number 5, don't be careless. If you have an existing medical condition in place, diabetes, hypertension, or any of such conditions, you have already been diagnosed, you know your status, please address them appropriately. Because when those things are not addressed appropriately, they fester, they become monsters. Diabetes and hypertension can lead to kidney impairment. They can lead to, neurological problems, nervous, damages, neurological damages, and what have you. So if you already know you have an existing condition, there are fantastic ways to address them. I have a lot of videos on YouTube on how to lower cholesterol without medication, how to lower your blood pressure, how to defeat diabetes. I have about 14 videos on each one of those topics on YouTube. And I do this every Monday, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. It's called Expose with Tony Akinyemi on YouTube and Facebook simultaneously. 8 p.m. Nigerian time every Monday. You can join us for subsequent editions. All right, so don't be careless. If you already have a condition, then advocacy is very important. Who else will underscore the importance of advocating for the health of lawyers in Nigeria to ensure their well-being and effectiveness in their profession than lawyers? We need to advocate at various levels, policy-making levels, so that policies can be formulated to ensure that allowances are made for people to maintain their health. I mean, bankers, doctors, lawyers, different professionals have a lot of things they go through, and their professional bodies are not really advocating for their health and survival. I mean, you see bankers leave home very early, they come back very late, sometimes they work on Saturdays, and yet, nobody is saying this thing is killing. Here in Canada, I see bankers resume sometimes at 9, and by 4 o'clock they are gone. And yet, they are more productive, they are achieving better results than those who are spending 12 hours and yet moving around in a circle without any motion, without movement. We need to find a way to restructure things to make room for people to relax. Here in Canada, I also understand that women go on maternity leave for 1 year maternity leave with pay. I mean, why would they not live long? Why would life expectancy in Canada not be better than Nigeria? These are the things that we need to start advocating for various levels of, professional levels in Nigeria. Number 7 is to invest in our health. Obtain the tools that you need to support your health. Don't be stingy with your health. Supplements, installing a sauna at home, having some exercise equipment at home, equipping your kitchen properly for your health, like having a blender, a water purifier, water revitalizer, a juice extractor, a good refrigerator to store your fruits and vegetables so that they can be well preserved, food processor, sprouter, kitchen scale, very good cooking utensils, not aluminum cooking utensils, heavy gauge stainless steel, glass cookware, salad master cookware, Innove cookware, pressure cooker, of course not aluminum cookware. Aluminum cookware is very dangerous. If you have it in your kitchen, my recommendation is please don't dash them out, throw them away. Okay, these are things we need to invest in our health, because your kitchen can become the best hospital in the world, or it can be a poisoning center, depending on how well equipped your kitchen is and the kind of food you serve your family from there. Now, what are the action points that I am recommending? What do I recommend that we all do after here? I want to recommend 8 quick things that we all begin to do. I told you in the beginning I'll be repeating myself a lot so that these things can register. My first recommendation for all is that we must begin from now to engage in regular moderate exercises. If you have not been doing that before, regular exercises can improve physical health, mental health, emotional health. It can help to reduce stress, improve our mood, and boost our cognitive functions. I mean, lawyers used to do a lot of brain work, and you need a boost in that region of your body. Lawyers should endeavor to engage in daily physical activities such as walking, cycling, aerobics, and swimming. Very important. That's the first action point. Number 2, action point, stress management. The legal profession is one of the most stressful occupations. We have underscored that. That can lead to burnout, to depression, to anxiety disorders. So Nigerian lawyers should learn how to manage stress to avoid these conditions. You can practice deep breathing, proper rest, and what have you. And I recommend rest at 3 levels. Number 1 is daily rest. Number 2 is weekly rest. And number 3 is annual rest. Daily rest is when you are at work during the day, you take short breaks. Like I said, you sit down for 2 hours, you get up for 5 minutes, you walk around, drink water, peep through the window, look at the scenery, have a very good view of the environment, and then come back and sit down. Short breaks like that during work hours. And then at night, 6 to 8 hours of sleep. That is daily breaks and daily rest. Then on a weekly basis, set aside 1 day as a relaxation day. The day to relax, for recreation, for rest, and for social outings. Attend family meetings, weddings, and different social gatherings to distress, to unwind, to relax. Very important, part of stress management. And then annually go on a vacation, or you do a staycation. Okay, I'm in Canada for 2 things. I came for my son's graduation, number 1, and then I'm here on vacation. I'm relaxing, I'm resting, or if you can't afford to travel out, stay at home and shut down, switch off your phone. That's called a staycation. You are not vacating your house, you are staying in your house to rest and relax. That's a staycation. If you can't afford a vacation, do a staycation. All right? And then you see there are very, very prominent people who have made some statements which I agree with. Now, I wrote this in one of my books. I said rest is part of the health equation. Those who refuse to rest as they should may soon rest in peace. God forbid. Then Bishop David Oyedepo said, if you don't learn to rest, men may soon lay you to rest. God forbid. Number 3, adequate sleep. Getting adequate sleep is vital for overall well-being, physical and mental. Lawyers should prioritize sleep and aim to get at least 6 to 8 hours of sleep each night. Number 4, action point. Apply the brakes regularly. Take breaks from work regularly to prevent burnout and improve your productivity. Engage in hobbies and spend time with your family and friends, or take a vacation or staycation. Number 5, set realistic goals. Setting realistic and achievable goals can reduce your stress and boost your self-confidence. Number 6, proper hydration. Make good old water your best beverage. Not coffee, not tea, not alcohol. Okay? Water, your best beverage. And drink about 3 liters a day, at least 6 to 8 glasses every day. Number 7, seek professional help whenever needed. Lawyers should seek professional help if they are struggling with physical or mental health conditions. Mental health professionals can provide counseling and therapy, while physicians, that is doctors, and nutritionists, dietitians, can help to manage physical health concerns. Number 8 is proper nutrition. Eat healthy foods. A well-balanced diet is essential for maintaining good physical and mental health. Eat more fruits, vegetables, and whole grains while reducing the intake of highly processed and fast foods. Now, man is a food-dependent creature. If you don't feed him, he will die. If you feed him inappropriately, part of him will die. However, if you feed him correctly, he can live to 120 years of age in good health. La Rochefoucauld said, to eat is a necessity, but to eat intelligently is an art. So this is my sample daily menu that I'm recommending. For your breakfast, these are your options. This is what I do. Between 7 and 9 a.m., I take either fresh fruits or parfait for breakfast, or I just make vegetable juices, carrot juice, tomato juice, cucumber juice, whatever. Or I take smoothie. I just blend coconut milk with banana, with berries and what have you, and some green vegetables to make my breakfast smoothie. Or I soak oats in coconut milk or almond milk, and I keep it in the fridge for 48 hours or 72 hours, and that's my breakfast. Soaked oats. These are options. You can rotate from day to day. And then mid-morning, after taking that breakfast option, If you are somebody who is very hungry, who has a big appetite, you may want to take pap, ogi, next, or muesli, or oats, or amaranth, or whole grain organic cereals. Okay, but avoid those cereals that are loaded with sugar and artificial flavors. Then for your lunch, between 12 and 2, you take vegetable salad first, which should be 50% of your lunch, and then cooked food, the remaining 50% of your lunch. Then for your supper, between 5 and 7, vegetable salad, 100% of your supper. If you are obese or overweight and you desire to lose weight, then you eat only salad for supper. But if your weight is okay and you don't want to lose weight, you eat 60 to 70% of your supper as vegetable salad, and the remaining 30 to 40% as cooked food. But don't eat beyond 7 p.m. Then for your snacks, you snack on raw nuts like almonds, walnuts, cashew nuts and what have you, sunflower seed, avocado, pear, or fresh fruits like berries, apples, guava, watermelon, pineapple, pawpaw, banana, mango. If you are not diabetic, that is. Then certain vegetables like carrot, like garden egg, those are your snacks. Not chin chin, not puff puff, not meat pie, not donuts. Those things are not healthy snacks. Be sure to avoid white flour products and pastries like that. Okay? Now, Peter Morgan said, every time you eat and drink, you are either feeding disease or fighting it. There are some interesting statistics that should draw our attention here. It is said that unhealthy diet and lifestyle account for more than 80% of heart disease, more than 90% of type 2 diabetes, and more than 70% of stroke and colon cancer. Now, Dr. Alexis Carrel was a Nobel Prize winner and one-time head of the Rockefeller Institute in New York. He was a medical doctor and a researcher. And in 1936, he made this statement. He said, unless the doctors of today become the dietitians of tomorrow, the dietitians of today will become the doctors of tomorrow. What he's saying is that your food is your real medicine. All right? So we must be intentional when it comes to our health, because number one, our productivity is tied to our wellness. Number two, our life expectancy, our longevity is tied to our wellness. We must not die young in order not to raise widows and widowers and orphans. We must be intentional with our health, because health is not contagious. Like I said earlier, each one of us must cultivate our own individually. We must be intentional with our health, because disease is a great risk. It's risky to be sick, particularly in an environment where you don't have all the medical resources and tools as well as personnel to address it in case it happens. You heard the first speaker mentioning the percentage of Nigerian doctors that have jackpot. Okay? Again, even if they have not jackpot, if all of them were on ground 100%, we all know that it is not all diseases that medical science can successfully treat. So it is a risk when you fall sick. Then it is costly to be sick. That's why we must be intentional with our health. Then we need a healthy workforce. The law profession in particular is one of the critical sectors of our society and national life. We can't afford to have an unhealthy workforce in that sector. And then, now that there are clues to wellness, we must not be in the dark. Disease is no longer a mysterious foe that strikes the innocent passerby at random. Every disease is caused by something. And now that we know the causes, we need to be intentional in avoiding them. Thomas Edison said, the inventor of the light bulb, he said, the doctor of the future will give no medicine, but will interest his patients in the care of the human body, in diet, and in the cause and prevention of disease. Now, Hippocrates, the acknowledged father of modern medicine, said, let your food be your medicine, and let your medicine be your food. Dr. David Minkoff is the medical director of the Life Works Wellness Center in Clearwater, Florida. He said, there is no health without a good diet. It is impossible. Okay? And there are many other such, profound statements. An ancient Chinese proverb says, he that takes medicine and neglects diet wastes the time of his doctor. Ratan Tata, the owner of the automobile company that makes those Tata trucks that we see around. You must have seen trucks that are the brand Tata. The man who owns that company is Ratan Tata. He says, eat your food as your medicine. Otherwise, you will have to eat your medicines as your food. Now, an ancient Ayurvedic proverb says, when diet is wrong, medicine is of no use. When diet is correct, medicine is of no need. And Dr. Ann Wigmore said the food you eat can either be the safest and most powerful form of medicine, or the slowest form of poison. Now, and I say, any doctor that tells a patient to eat whatever they like is professionally reckless and irresponsible. And I also say health does not flow from a bottle or a syringe. Instead, health is largely the product of lifelong decisions and choices. Okay? So disease prevention and disease reversal should engage our attention and resources much more than disease management. God created the human body with the capacity to heal itself if only we will stop abusing it and we will start nourishing it appropriately. So my final thoughts as I bring this to a close is that we should not feel overwhelmed by the long list of recommendations and action points that I have made in this presentation. All I suggest is that we must simply start from somewhere and make gradual but consistent progress from day to day, adding layer upon layer until we get to our desired point. Because somebody might say, all these things that you are talking about, how can I start implementing all of them cold turkey overnight like that? You don't have to do all of them from day one. Pick one or two of what I have said and start implementing. As you begin to see results, you then add number 3, then you add number 4, and that's how you gradually transition from your current status to your next standard of living. All right? Now, Edmund Burke made this statement, and this will be my concluding statement. He says, nobody made a greater mistake than he who did nothing because he could only do a little. Say, these things are overwhelming, I can't do them. And then he did nothing. He said, nobody made a greater mistake than he who did nothing because he could only do a little. There's a poem that I composed, almost 20 years ago. And this is the poem I'm sharing with you here. It is my personal poem. I sing this to myself regularly from time to time, that at 50, I shall not be filthy, but I shall be as fit as a fiddle. At 60, I shall not be silly or sickly, but I shall be strong and slim. At 70, I shall not be empty, but still full of faith and power for exploits. At 80, I shall not be overweight, but a spiritual heavyweight. At 90, I shall not be a non-entity, but a no-nonsense non-Nigerian. At 100, I shall not be haunted by sickness, but enjoy robust health. At 110, I shall not tend towards the grave, but live to declare the glory of God. At 120, I shall not be twisted by disease, but will choose to sleep in peace, with all my faculties still in excellent shape. So help me God. I composed this poem when I was in my 40s. Now I am in my 60s, 20 years after, and I still sing it to myself, rehearse it to myself from time to time to keep challenging myself. I recommend some of my materials. How to Regain and Retain Your Health is a book that my first book on healthy living. And then I have another one, Juices and Smoothies for Healing, Health and Pleasure. And then Food for Thought, Volumes 1 and 2, Defeating Diabetes. All of these are available at Havila Health Haven Limited at Alao Aka Shopping Mall in Ikeja. Or you can go on Amazon.com to download the digital copies. We also have resources and training programs. Our training institute is the Rafa Institute of Healthy Living in Ikeja. We conduct one-day healthy cooking classes, a whole day from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day to teach people how to cook healthy meals. Okay, we have in-person classes. We also have virtual, classes as well in our institute. The website is lms.rafainstitute.org. You can visit there and explore our offers. Then every Monday at 8 p.m. Nigerian time on YouTube and Facebook simultaneously, I have a 30 minutes to 45 minutes presentation on healthy living. Every Monday, 8 p.m. Nigerian time, Facebook and YouTube. It's called Expose with Tony Akiyemi. Then we have books, we have newsletters, DVDs, CDs, MP3s, all available. You can contact Havila Health Haven Limited, Alao Aka Shopping Mall, number 131 Obafemi Awolowo Radio Bus Stop Ikeja. And that's the telephone number of the store in case you need materials there. We have juice extractors there. We have water purifiers. We have dehydrators. We have smoothie makers. We have all kinds of things. We have supplements, herbal supplements, nutritional supplements. We have organic food. So many things of interest to you in case you are interested. Thank you very much for your time and your attention. So normally as I close, I say with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince and not confuse you that healthy living is a possibility if we are intentional about it. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tony Akinyemi. That was a very wonderful health talk and lecture. If I didn't even learn anything, I learned that if I abuse my body, the court is my body, and the sentence thereof is the reaction I get from my body. Thank you so much. And I also learned a lot about our emotions, that we should take up positive emotions, not negative ones. We need to love people, make our time to be happy, enjoy yourself, and exercise regularly. And don't engage in negative emotions. Don't hate people. Avoid bitterness, envy, malice, and hatred. Thank God. Thank you, and thank you very much. May God bless you for the lecture. I don't know if we have questions for Mr. Tony Akinyemi. We have all learned a lot, and I think we can all ask him a question or two anyhow. Do we have questions for Mr. Tony Akinyemi? If we don't have questions, I think I'll have to call the learned sick to close the. Oh, the learned sick has given me the paper. Oh, he's around. I didn't want to take. Okay, thank you so much, learned sick. The learned sick has given me the permission to go ahead, and I want to thank all of you for making our time to be with us. We still have one more program tomorrow. That's our dinner, and we have the cards are still available if you're interested to buy the cards. The cards is 20,000 per card, and the young lawyers is 10,000. We're still available. We still have them. The venue is the Citadel at 30 Kudirat Abiola Way, Oregu, Ikeja. That's where the dinner is going to take place, and it's by 4 p.m. tomorrow. We are all encouraged to come for the dinner. It's going to be interesting because all the programs we've had so far, they've all been wonderful, and the dinner will not also be left out. We're going to have a good time, and it's also a time for you to relax, just like you have learned, to be happy and merry and love one another. I encourage you all to come. Just buy your dinner card and come for the program. May the Lord bless you all in Jesus' name. Thank you.